Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. How's it going? Hi, Helen. Neek's in the house. Ducray, Ado. Hello. You're right on time. You are right on time. Hello, Kathleen. How are you? Hello, welcome in. Oh man, early request. These guys are usually like religion or something. John Stone. John Stone, what's up, dude?
Hi, Greg.
I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. How you doing? Can you hear?
Oh wait. There we go. I'm sorry. What's up, John Stone? Sorry about that. I can hear you now.
Yeah, all my personal opinion. How you
Oh,
doing?
what's up, dude? You changed your name.
Oh yeah, it's I fluctuate.
Okay. Exciting.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Good, man. Look, I like debating you because you're intelligent.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, so I don't know how you can be this fucking stupid.
Well, all right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I
Yeah,
try,
well,
you
look,
know.
well, I think listen, I think that college is actually part of your problem.
Okay. Explain.
Just
Wait.
my opinion. Yeah,
Okay.
well, okay. Postmodernism, the Frankfurt School, led to CRT and queer theory, and it's made you crazy.
All right. So, can you explain what those are? I would love to hear your ideas. What they are.
The Frankfurt School.
Yeah. What's the Frankfurt School? What is the cultural Marxism? All that kind of stuff.
Okay. Frankfurt School was a philosophical ideology that came out of Germany in the 1930s, and they went to the U.S. Right?
Okay. Yeah, maybe.
And I know it's ironic I support Israel. Okay, but okay. Critical theory.
Mm-hmm. So what is critical theory? Wait, can you explain what is the critical part of the theory? What are they criticizing?
Critical theory believes that the whiteness is the problem of Western civilization, right?
No.
So what
So
is it?
okay. So basically, dialectical materialism is from Marx, and Marx is studying and uses science to study the intersection of sociology and economics, and basically says that these things go back and forth and that one interplays with the other. So dialectical materialism is that interplay and how you can use science in order to study that. So Frankfurt School is basically the U.S. based university that actually started studying how you could take dialectical materialist ideals and apply it to structural racism in the United States. So if racism existed in the United States, and it has, then the way that the racism infected the institution of the US government, and that institutional racism can be studied then. So that's basically, and that is that institutional racism and dialectical materialism. That's what intersectionality is basically. That's so critical race theory is therefore studying how the intersectionality of race and the economics and the the structural aspects of our government that are interplayed into this whole thing and how they interact with one another.
We're talking about Herbert Marcuse, right?
Herbert Marcuse. I don't. Herbert.
This is the Frankfurt School. In 1965, Herbert Marcuse wrote Repressive Tolerance, right?
Okay, yeah.
This is where oppressor versus oppressed, settler colonialism, critical theory comes from, right?
Not settler colonialism doesn't come from there, but yeah, the idea is, yeah, okay, so yeah, he's associated with, he was born in Berlin. I'm not a sociologist, so I don't know like exactly about the Frankfurt School exactly, but I've studied it indirectly.
I'm just trying to tell you, this is why the left, the Frankfurt School and postmodernism, and we can talk about Foucault, and we can talk about Derrida. This is deconstructionism, okay? This is what led to CRT and queer theory, and this is the religion of the left.
It's not a religion. Religion is supernatural events, man. You're literally using, you're studying the actual ways that the materialist conditions that people live in. It has nothing to do with religion.
Are you agnostic or atheist?
I'm an atheist.
You are, right?
Yeah.
Yes, right. Okay. Yes. How did I know that?
Okay. Yeah, most people that are like more highly educated you are, that it's tied with atheism. It's correlated. So.
Yeah, it's mass formation.
Well, because I feel like there's material conditions that can cause like why it is. Just like how I think that there are material conditions that can explain how humans evolved, I feel like there's material conditions that can explain the way that racism exists within the structure of our government.
So you believe in evolution?
Absolutely. I got a degree in evolution.
Yeah, so if you
I got a degree. I have a degree in evolution right here. Right here.
Did all
like evolution.
California? I knew it.
See?
What
did I get a degree in if I didn't get a degree in evolution, bro? Like what is that?
So did
like what's that mean? What's that?
Did all races evolve the same way?
I mean, people are going to evolve like together into groups, but yeah, I mean, no, there's nothing you can try to make some cringe IQ argument like you've made before, dude, and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, do all races have the same IQ, Greg?
Yeah, this isn't a conversation I'm willing to have, dude. It's really cringe. Like it's super racist.
Is it just true?
I mean, why? Wait. So what? Wait. So how can you explain the sub IQ white cis male just like you that killed Charlie Kirk this week?
Wait.
It was one of you. It was one of you though that did that. So explain to me. No, he wasn't on the left. He was from a Mormon family on the right. And so what kind of sub IQ brain is that white male that killed that? Can you explain that?
He was a homosexual, right?
He wasn't. No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't homosexual?
No.
Really? Are you sure?
No. I mean, so wait. I thought you were talking about whiteness. So again, you just keep clinging on to whatever thing you can because you were talking about race before, and now you're desperate in order to cling on to anything else.
We can stay with race. Is the average IQ of sub-Saharan Africa, does it fluctuate between about the high 50s and the mid 70s? Is that true or no?
Bro, they don't have.
Is that not true?
No, it's not true, dude. No, because no, what you're talking about. No, dude.
IQ,
you actually the idea that people. Wait. If you don't agree with evolution, then how would their IQs be so different if that was your case? You're saying God just made them stupider? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying there are average genetic differences
Whoa,
between
so now you
races.
do believe in evolution. So you didn't believe in
So,
evolution before in
when
order
did
to
I ever?
create humans, but you do believe in evolution in order to put down black people?
When
What are you
did I
talking
say?
about?
What's the average IQ of American black people? Greg?
Wait, so how did they evolve? Wait,
85.
how are the IQs
85.
different? How are their IQs
85.
different?
You don't think there's a difference between race and IQ?
How would the IQs be different?
Because we evolve differently.
Wait,
That's
so
why
okay,
it's
exactly.
evolved.
So you don't agree with evolution in the fact that
Yes,
humans
I do.
evolved in order to get here, but then all of a sudden you cling to evolution in order to explain your racism? Are you out of your mind?
Why would you think all races have
How did they evolve then? How did they evolve like different
Okay,
IQs? Explain to me.
how did we devolve?
How did they evolve different IQs? You don't even believe in evolution. So explain to me the mechanism that how these people have different IQs.
I do believe in
It's not.
evolution.
You do believe in evolution, but only when it pertains to black people.
I'm just. Do you think they're average?
I'm just explaining to you to try to explain your theory, bro. You said that you don't agree with evolution, and I'm saying, like, what did you? Yeah, no, Brittany. He did it last time too. He does it every day. He gets in here.
What?
He gets the notification and he comes in and he requests every single time.
What is the average IQ of East Asians?
Bro, why? I'm not okay. So then why? Okay, so how are their IQs different in your mind? It doesn't matter what it is. I'm just saying, in your mind, how does their IQs different?
But you believe in equity, don't you?
How are their IQs different?
Equity. It's antithetical, Greg.
How no? I'm asking you for the mechanical reason for. Yeah, I don't understand. Hey, Marissa, I don't understand like what your point is. What
women too, right? We'll say on IQ. Why would you not think that IQ is different among races? Why would you not believe that if you believe in evolution?
Because what you're talking about, the strange and divergence that you're talking about with actual brain matter, it doesn't equate to anything that we've seen in evolution. Humans haven't evolved that much because we actually do interbreed so readily that there isn't a huge divergence in evolution, in human evolution, and you can track this through genetics.
So all the IQ science is wrong. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Yeah. So inherently, yes, dude, because just you don't even understand how evolution works. In order for there to be an actual evolutionary reason, in order to have a fitness attached to IQ, you would have had people take the IQ test and then breed based off that IQ test. You would have had the selection be that IQ test, and that's not how it works. So you're just making up nonsense.
Is there no difference among races and IQ? Are you really telling me that?
There isn't.
Really?
No, there isn't.
Really?
And whatever you want to say, you can say whatever you want, and you can try to explain your racism through evolution all of a sudden, but that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense through evolution because there has been no selection mechanism for people to breed only based off of IQ. So it's just nonsense.
Is the average IQ in Korea and Taiwan the same as sub-Saharan Africa? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you really trying
Dude, what oh, now all of a sudden you agree with science and stuff? You don't even agree that viruses are real, bro. You all of a sudden you're going to tell me you're going to talk about a nuanced position about IQ as if you actually like understand it? Like what are you talking about?
Is the average IQ in South Korea the same as the Congo? Is that true?
Dude, the idea that no, they're not, dude. They're not. The genetic divergence isn't seen through genetics, dude. They don't. You don't see it. You're just wrong.
Do you think all races have the same IQ?
Yeah, humans haven't been evolved. They haven't diverged that much. No, we haven't. We haven't.
All races have the same IQ.
Yeah,
Greg?
yes, because humans haven't evolved that much. We don't have different species. No, we don't. We don't. We're not.
Greg, why don't we?
Do you realize You don't even understand
kill
how
'em.
speciation works. You don't even understand evolution. And now you're going to explain to me, a person that has a degree in evolution, how evolution works just because you're racist enough that you want to cling to tropes in order to have it? Are you out of your mind? You have no idea what you're talking about, bro.
It's a social construct. Is that it?
What is? No, I'm saying, dude, I'm saying that you don't have any proof of it, and you don't have what has happened is that there are people with ideas that they want and they want to push, and they cling to these tropes, and they push their fake science, just like how you cling to fake science that viruses aren't real and that there's a flat Earth and that there's a 6,000-year-old Earth. These conspiracies that people actually cite and that explain nothing. You're wrong, dude. You're wrong. You're racist, and you're citing something that you don't even understand. You don't even believe in evolution, and you're citing it right now in order to make your proof about evolution, and it's wrong.
And are T women women?
Yeah, trans people or women. Yeah. Yeah. Because you don't look at someone's chromosomes in order to make that decision. You don't know.
XY? XX? No. XY.
There's XX, XXY, XXXY. There's a lot of different types of chromosomes that they have. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't even understand genetics. So again, you don't understand biology, so you're not even going to understand that. Again, we had talked about this before. You think that humans actually invented the idea of trans organisms, which isn't true at all. Again, we've gone through multiple examples, but I'll go through it again. The clownfish, by the way, the largest clownfish on the anemone, it goes transitions into a female with female gametes. Like again, it's just nonsense. The idea that humans and that liberals have created trans people out of whole cloth is just wrong, man.
It's just been, there's been an exponential increase because the left is insane.
There's been an exponential increase in the last 200 years of left-handed people. Left-handed people didn't exist 200 years ago. Do you know that? Did you know that?
Being left-handed is different.
How?
Than chopping, than changing somebody's anatomy.
How?
No?
How is it? How is left-handed? So are you saying left-handed people existed 200 years ago?
Yes.
Okay, absolutely. So based off of what?
Left-handed people exist. I
Why?
agree with you.
Why? Why did they exist?
Because some people use their left hand. It's
exactly. Yeah. And was it based off of genetics?
Yes.
Exactly. And 200 years ago, we didn't accept left-handed people in our culture, so that we forced people to write with their right hand. So therefore, left-handed people didn't exist 200 years ago. It's only within the last 200 years that we've noticed that people are that are actually left-handed. And now we have not only left-handed people, but we have a diaspora of people that actually includes ambidextrous people, the left-handed and right-handed people. Ambidextrous people didn't exist in our culture before we understood that left-handed people existed. Therefore, left-handed people are a social construct, right? Because we've allowed them to exist, right? The ambidextrous people, left-handed people, all these people are all from us allowing that to happen. And that's what we see with trans people, man. Trans people are people that existed before we've allowed them. Hundreds and hundreds of years of, there's two-spirit people, from different cultures that existed. And instead of deriding people, instead of castigating people that are different from you, you should actually seek to understand people and accept people and not blame all of society's ills on these people and start blaming yourself. Because guess what? People like you are going up and shooting your own people now. People on the ultra right are shooting your own guys. And now you have a problem with your own people going off on your own, man. So you should look inward to try to solve your own problems. So, okay?
Wait.
All right. Have a good one, bro. Okay. Sorry, John. I can only stand like the next, only like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, people. Okay. I know, Chupacabra. I know. Guys, the problem is the problem is I dumpster enough of these people that they don't join anymore. So if he joins he literally has me notified on his phone, and he joins every time that I request within the first 5 seconds. I'm like setting up my windows on my computer, and he comes in hot every single time. So I see you, Light Spirit Warrior. So he's in here if you're, so it's fine. Again, guys, we have to engage these people. We have to talk to them. Okay. I understand it's frustrating. I don't agree with him either, but we have to engage with these people, and we have to combat these ideas, because otherwise they can fester. And we've done that. We haven't engaged these people. We've castigated them, and we put them away, and not engaged them for 10 years. And now we have to push back on them. They don't want to learn. I agree. I agree, Linda. We have to push. We have to push back. How's it going? Light Spiritual Warrior.
Hey, what was that? What was that topic about? It was very disturbing.
It can be about anything, bro. You can just ask.
No, what was the last topic about with the guy? Not to bring up the thing. You wasted way too much energy on that, man. I was exhausted within the first 30 seconds.
Okay, he comes on every day and just like has a Rube Goldberg machine of topics that he rambles through, and we just talk about whatever. So
it sounds though as if when you ask him questions, he's typing this in somewhere because he has a quick response. He's not that intelligent to be answering you that way, because you're like leading him that way. Anyways, okay. What I wanted to talk about was, there's just, in this world right now, there's just no empathy. I don't know why people are not tired of there's no empathy anymore in this world. And that's, we can talk about, health and all this stuff, and vaccines. And I get your point. I used to work at a pharmaceutical company. Actually, I worked for Ciba when it was Ciba Geigy before it became Novartis, and I was in the vaccine department. So I'm aware of it. I'm well aware of mRNA technology. Are you there?
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm here.
But, I think other than the vaccines, and we just saw it with that gentleman right there. Mm-hmm. We see it, what's happening right now, and how the veil is being cracked on a lot of things, that, mental health issues are like just getting to be so huge right now. And, it's almost sad. And not only is the mental health issues getting to be an issue, because think about it. I know what you're trying to push in your agenda and what you're trying to do, and I get it. I understand it. I'm for it. Okay. It's not that I'm like totally against it. Okay. But again, if these people that we have out here are not seeing themselves, or at least have any cognitive ability, they can't make decisions. And that's the issue. It's like, like when the whole vaccination process was going on, everybody was, you had a lot of people that were so against it and didn't even know the facts, or they knew the facts, but then convoluted some stuff in their mind, how that it, was like there were chips in there. And, but again, this goes back to, we need to clean up the mental health issues of a society for people to make educated decisions on important stuff. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of where I see it going, and again, Novartis created a lot of cool vaccines when a lot of stuff was going down in Africa and so forth. And, I learned a lot. I just wanted to let you know, I don't know if you know that, but Novartis owns a company called Chiron. Have you heard of Chiron?
Chiron, no.
Well, they own about 90% of gene mapping in the world. And that's a fact. You can look it up.
Okay.
But the things moving forward is just like with that guy, and you're very patient with that guy. I get it, but again, these are the people that are out there trying to make decisions even for themselves, and that's the issue of how do you get these people to be healthy? How do you get them to be vaccinated? How do you get to have them eat healthy and exercise and do everything else when there's such an issue with their cognitive ability. And that's all I wanted to say. But I wanted to bring up that point with gene mapping in the world, because a lot of people don't know that. But yes, they own 95% of the rights of gene mapping in the world. That's crazy.
Yeah, Chiron. It's a multinational biotech firm founded in 1981. It was acquired by Novartis in 2006. It had its main areas are biopharmaceuticals, vaccines, and blood testing.
Well, anyways, I'm going to let you go, but just do some research on it, because it's a very interesting company. Not a lot of people have heard about it. And, like I said,
I got bought out by Novartis. Novartis is what you're actually probably talking about. That's where all the IP
I
and
understand.
stuff went to.
I understand that, but I wanted you to go back and look at it. Yes, I used to work for Novartis.
Gotcha,
actually, I actually worked for SIBA before it came Novartis.
Oh, okay.
SIBA Geigy is Novartis is a merger of SIBA Geigy and Sandoz.
Roger.
And so across from the Rhine River. So the one, I guess, like, thing about it is, if you look at Novartis' symbol, it's a pestle and mortar, right? You've seen the Novartis' symbol.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at it deep, there's a C in for SIBA, the Rhine River, and S for Sandoz in that pestle and mortar.
Huh. Okay.
But I just wanted to bring highlight, because I heard that kid talking. You're not going to get people educated enough when they're, and I'm not specifically, tuning out this guy. I'm just talking about in general, man. I'm walking the streets. I know what's going on in the world, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there are a lot of distractions, but I see people with a lot of issues, right?
Sure.
Well, they can't make educated decisions. They either don't have doctors, they don't have any support system. And that's a big part of the issue, because think about it. If they can't even make simple decisions, how are they going to make decisions for themselves on key aspects? And we saw that clearly with that guy, because he's going to argue about left, right, all this other stuff, and and this is where it's all been drawn, because now politics gets involved with something, left and right. Politics get involved with the last incident with Kirk. I mean, that's all political driven, and you see how everything gets convoluted. Well, the same thing happens with vaccines. The same thing happens with medicine. Same things happen in life and everybody has an opinion for everything, right?
Yeah,
but they always
blame
expert. What?
Yeah, everyone has to be an expert because of social media. I think that's kind of a problem. Yeah,
and everybody's become an expert, or thinks they've become an expert, because they have Chat GPT or all these things, and so they just think that they're smarter than everybody else, and that everybody else doesn't know what they're talking about to some extent.
Exactly. And that's, I think, is the big problem. I mean, the thing is they don't respect expertise. I think that's the real issue, man, because people aren't going to be able to be educated about everything. It's just they have to trust the institutions that got us to where we are, and there's a lot of institutional distrust. I think that's the main problem. Like even like pharmaceutical companies, like I'm not like a defender of the for-profit model for healthcare or anything, but at the same time, like, man, they're not making poisons, you know what I mean? They're not like manufacturing poisons that are trying to get people hooked on vaccines or whatever nonsense the anti-vaxxers push. But it's just crazy conspiracies that are being pushed.
I actually had a speaker. This was years ago, maybe, God, it's got to be about 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. And he was the physician for the San Diego Zoo. Very smart man. Mm-hmm. And we were sitting down after the program and everything, and we were talking, and he really made a valid point. And, a lot of people say a lot of things are unsafe and that a pharmaceutical company makes it or this and that. He said, Jeff, it's more dangerous to walk into a Walgreens or a drugstore and to go down the over-the-counter aisle than it is to take some of this other stuff that's actually tested and proven.
Yeah.
And that was a really good point, right? So people walk into a drugstore, right? A Walgreens or whatever, or Jewel or Osco or whatever ones they are. Everybody has different ones where they live, right?
Yeah.
But it's actually more dangerous to go into those aisles than it is to take a product that's actually behind with a pharmacist.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy,
the
right? So
vaccine
you think
ads
it's
are
safe.
the vaccine adverse side effects rate is is more than 1 in 1,000,000. So that the 1 in 1,000,000 is the chance of getting struck by lightning. So it's it's insanely rare to get so yeah, he's definitely. I mean, he's really right. But unfortunately, people are get fed feeds in their AI driven algorithm because they interact with them, right? The idea of their algorithm feeds off of what they interact with, and they're liking adverse side effects posts, and they're getting these things shoved in their faces, so they think that it's actually happening a lot more. It's that issue. It's these Russian disinformation being pushed on these social media apps. It's a lot of things. I mean, people are. I think that people genuinely. I do think that people are smart. It's just that they're getting fed misinformation, and that's in their minds. They're saying, how can you discount me seeing hundreds of these stories a day? And it's you're asking someone to not believe their eyes, and it's like, well, no. I mean, a lot of there's nuance here. These are fake stories. This is the same one told different ways. Like, this is not real. This is actually not a vaccine side effect. This is actually COVID, and the vaccine saved their life. So but people just read titles, and hundreds of them every day.
Well, again, I'll send you a post that I just did, and this goes into a lot of things, and then I'm going to let you go since you can talk to your people. But I have a post, and this is to even the thing with Kirk and everything else about social media. And yes, there are a lot of educated people out here, right? And yes, they're getting fed this information, and maybe they have a lot of discernment. I don't know. I mean, sometimes I feel like I have a lot of discernment and things in life, but again, your subconscious sometimes takes control over that, right? But I'll send you one of my posts, and it talks about, and it goes for all things. I mean, it goes for the shooting. It goes for vaccines. It goes just for about anything, and it has to deal with quantum physics and simulations and what people are intaking and how it controls their subconscious level. But anyways, have a good night.
All right,
Thanks,
man.
for having me on.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you. Have a good one.
Be good.
All right, guys. Starting off good, starting off strong. Thank you guys for coming in. The quantum physics gets thrown around a lot. It happens. Queue is empty, guys. If you want to jump on in. Okay, 1 second. Oh. Cool. I see you, Diana. Diana? Okay. Cool. Hi, Diana. Welcome to the show.
Hi, how are you today?
Good. How's it going?
Hi, I just actually came across you a few weeks ago, so I'm kind of new to you. So
Awesome.
you may have actually answered this at some point, but I just have this curious, well, not I don't know if it's curiosity, but so at the beginning of COVID,
Mm-hmm.
I was diagnosed with stage 3 invasive lobular carcinoma.
Okay.
And and so I did all the things, mastectomy, and sorry, I sound nervous.
That's okay.
I did all the things, chemo, did all the vaccines and everything to keep myself safe.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I've been in remission for about 2 years. And then now recently, 2 months ago, I've been diagnosed with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer.
Oh, I'm so
with,
sorry.
and with dural metastasis to the brain. And so I'm having gamma knife surgery next week.
Okay.
For that. But anyways, now I've been told by my own family and other people that I'm to blame for that because I took the vaccine.
No.
And they said that that mRNA or whatever has been proven to be the cause of people getting their cancers back.
No,
And
no.
it's so hurtful. And I know what my own oncologists have told me,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to get your opinion on that.
No, of course not. I'm I'm so sorry what you're going through, and I'm just thinking about you, and be brave in there, and
I am.
keep
Thank
fighting,
you.
and keep going forward, okay?
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
yeah, just always one step at a time.
Yes.
And shame on your family
Yeah.
for
They're,
not supporting you.
yeah,
And I think that is absolutely
they're
gross.
anti-vaxxers. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it sounds like it.
Yeah.
And oh, Mrs. Dr. G wants to request. 1 second. Well, let's see what
Okay.
she says.
Perfect.
Oh, she's coming in. That there's no cancers that have been pushed in to link with it, and that's just these false super cancers. Hi, Mrs. Dr. G.
Can you
How's it
hear
going?
me?
Yeah, what's up? I can. We can. You're on. You're muted now.
The internet. So if
There we
it
go.
continues to be spotty, I can pop off.
There you go.
But hi, Diana. I just
Hi.
yeah, I'm so sorry to hear what you're going through.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, keep listening to your oncologist and trust the science. And in times like this, you know, I'm just so sorry that your family is not there as support for you. But you're not.
I am, yeah.
Yeah, you're not the problem. You're the victim here. You're going through something. You shouldn't have to also be made to feel like it's your fault. I'm so sorry that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, and trust the science, and it's like it's amazing because I never even knew this thing about gamma knife, and I was just like, they decided instead of opening my skull for the biopsy, they decided to use this wonderful thing that I just found out about called gamma knife, and I'm just instead of months of rehab and possible neurological damage, because I am 65 years old, and they said that this would be like a one and done thing, and I'd be home hugging my grandchildren at the end of the day.
Wow.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
We do that here at the hospital that I work at too. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, I'm really fascinated with it. So
I really hope
Yeah,
that goes
so-
well for you.
yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing is as my family and everybody they've ever hung around with are just saying, you should never have done that. It's your own fault. You should never have done that because that just brought it back. And they're like, we know hundreds of people this has happened to, and I'm
They
just like,
don't. If they don't.
They
If-
don't.
you don't.
It's
impossible.
1 in a million chances that there's a single vaccine side effect. And so
Yeah.
imagine you being like, I know hundreds of people that got struck by lightning. It's like, no, you don't. There's no way. What
Yeah.
happens though is that people do get sick with COVID-19 because during a pandemic, there's so many viruses out there that they can recombine and they can evade the vaccine. So what happens is that people get sick with COVID-19, and COVID-19 is a neurodegenerative disease as well. Long COVID can actually can trigger other things like chronic fatigue. That's where you lose your taste. You can lose your hearing. You could have vertigo, that kind of stuff. But in those cases, that those people that do have the strong adverse side effects from COVID, the vaccine actually helps them, because it would have been probably way worse without the vaccine. So, unfortunately, it's people using a conspiracy and something that's really easy to explain, something that's a lot harder to understand, and it's just frustrating.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
So-
thank you so much.
Diana, I just want to encourage you moving forward and just celebrate your bravery in this. And vaccines are definitely not the cause and not the problem. I actually am calling in because at work I volunteered to be a flu shooter.
Oh,
So
cool.
it's basically, I'm just helping immunize the people on my floor at work for the flu vaccine. So
Nice.
we can add to the board tonight, Dr. Greg, and we
I
can
can't add
celebrate.
those. Should we?
You can't add the ones that I administered.
Okay. No, I don't
If
think
it's
so.
okay, well, you can do whatever you'd like. But in our local community, I have now vaccinated 3 people tonight for the flu. So.
3. Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Abe, thank you so much for the super fan. Thank you, Abe. Appreciate you, man. Okay,
So
3 we can
that-
do. I thought you were gonna do like all 50 or something. I was like, I don't know.
Well, we'll see. They gave me 50 vials. I'll let you know if I use them all or not.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
But, anyway.
if you can drop me down, I just wanted to get your opinion, and I really
Yeah.
thank you everybody for that support. And I just want to let you know that next Wednesday,
Okay.
since I'm on steroids, I'm roiding out for the brain thing, and they're gonna gamma ray my head, so I'm gonna turn into the Hulk.
Nice.
Right.
Diana, please, like, this is your space to come, and we love and support you here, and we love public health, so we love hearing about people's success stories and how you're doing.
I will.
Come back and please.
I absolutely will.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. You're a
Thank you
warrior.
so much,
you
you
can
guys.
do this. You can do this, Diana.
Thank you.
All right, have a
Thank you
good
so
one.
much.
We'll be thinking
Have a good
about
one.
you.
Yeah. All right. Okay, Mrs. Dr. G, we'll do this. All right, here
It's
we
up.
go.
It's up to you if you add them or not. I just wanted to let you know that
No.
we're over here making sure nurses don't get the flu this year, so that the babies don't get the flu. And we don't
Yeah.
spread it to each other, and
Oh, there we go.
we're over here holding it down.
Whoops. That was the wrong. Dude, it's so funny. Sometimes, here we go. This is it. Yes.
Nice.
There it
Love
is.
it. What's your
Okay.
Vax facts today?
Oh, it's that for every $11 spent, for every $1 spent, $11 is returned. So it's a huge economic driver for vaccines. I also have some hepatitis B vaccine facts, guys, since that's what they were attacking today on the new RFK vaccine board. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Yes. 214.
3 vaccinated
214.
nurses added to the board. So, Hep B is a vaccine that we give here in the NICU. So I personally give that to babies. We like to give it before they go home, before they're discharged. It's a good thing for them to have. And the number one way that babies are getting it is perinatal spread. So they'll get it through the birth process.
Exactly. So universal birth dose is a safety net when maternal testing is misdocumented, or done during the window period, or results are delayed or incorrect. So a lot of people, guys, that they're anti-vax, so they're not doing a lot of maternal care. They're not getting their tests done, and then they go in and they have Hep B. Boom, that's a way. I mean, it's the same people, same anti-vax people that aren't getting their testing, their pregnancy work done. You know, it's safety netting their own children.
Yes. And just like we learned with COVID and with other disease processes, that there can be silent spread. So you can have Hep B and not know that you have it.
Exactly.
And spread it without knowing that you're spreading it. So it's just a way that we protect babies from getting it, because there is the exposure when they pass through the birth canal.
Exactly. Just the mess. Do it. If you get vaccinated, come here and we will celebrate you, because we love people who get vaccinated in this community. So infants infected at birth become chronically infected 90% of the time, versus less than 5% if infected as adults, guys. So let's read that again. So babies that become infected at birth get chronically infected permanently 90% of the time, versus less than 5% if you're infected as results. So this is a huge lifetime risk of cirrhosis, HCC. What is HCC? Do you know what that is? Cirrhosis, HCC?
I'm not sure. HCC. I'd have to look that up.
Okay, so
Hepatitis C. I don't know.
birth dose and HBIG prevents 94% of perinatal transmissions. The vaccine alone is 75%.
Yeah.
That's incredible. What a good vaccine, guys. I mean, it helps.
Yeah.
It helps these kids.
It's great. It's safe and effective. So we give that to, it's standard vaccine that's given at the hospital, whether or not your baby comes to the NICU. And then the other thing that's given to every baby nationally for a long time is what we call eyes and thighs. We give them erythromycin ointment in their eyes, which also prevents blindness if babies have come in contact with some sort of pathogen in the birth canal. Even if it was a C-section, it's still recommended. And we give them a vitamin K injection in their thigh. That's why we call it eyes and thighs. And then that one helps add vitamin K, which is an essential part of the clotting cascade that isn't produced until about 8 days of life. And they find that babies that are now foregoing these very routine, standard, low-risk treatments that are not vaccines, but are being lumped in with vaccine hesitancy. Babies that are not getting these, there's now studies to show that they're having brain bleeds.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So, yeah, all the evidence is pointing towards needing to continue these routine treatments and therapies, and it's just not.
You don't have to do the don't do the liking while you're you can hear it on the mic.
You can.
Thank you though. So the schedule logic. So you start at birth and then 1 to 2 months and then greater than 6 months. This ensures the protection during the highest risk early months and builds that durable immunity. So what's the durability of the immunity? So primary responders retain protective immunity for decades, which is over 30 years shown in long-term cohorts. So that means, guys, that you start early and you don't lose that protection. You know, kind of like how we lose SARS-CoV-2 protection at around like 10, 11 months because of, you know, the antibodies that drop off a little bit. That doesn't happen with this. So you get it and you start it at the most high risk start that they need it, and then you get that protection for over 30 years. It's crazy. It's incredibly good.
It's interesting because we actually, I've been a bedside NICU nurse for just about 11 years now, and only like maybe halfway through my career did we even have people begin to decline the erythromycin ointment and the vitamin K injection. You don't actually have to have specific parental consent for it. It's covered in our general NICU admission consent and treatment consents because it's not a vaccine at all. But like I said, it's been lumped in with it. So we actually had to generate a declination form, even though we don't have a consent form, because we have to now document that people are declining a routine, safe and effective treatment. So it's been crazy. Interesting to watch that happen. We've actually had babies that were going to have blood transfusions because the parents were declining vitamin K. So we were able to convince them. We drew their blood work before and after the vitamin K injection to show them, look how much the platelets have come up now. And so now we don't have to give your baby a blood product because now you've consented to this very safe routine treatment.
Makes sense. So, Dr. Rowe, I think we are the most erudite TikTok community by far, guys. HCC, Dr. Rowe, thank you, is hepatocellular carcinoma, which is common form of liver cirrhosis, which is affiliated with Hep B. So thank you for that. That's what that means. Yeah. So, geez, man, it's, guys, it's, yeah, I actually had someone coming in here arguing against the vitamin K shot because, do you know how dangerous potassium is or something? I was like, what?
It's not.
Like what in what possible like way? It's the whole thing. Like you wouldn't eat a brick of potassium, would you? And you're like, that's not how this works. That's not how chemistry works. That's like not a cation or an anion. They have no idea what any of that means. And they're trying to micromanage these things and they're not experts. It's so insane.
That's like not even what it is.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I believe it's like naturally produced by bacteria in your gut flora.
And you don't have that.
But your babies don't have gut flora yet.
Exactly. You're just establishing it.
Potassium. Like
yeah.
Anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, it's
I am at work. So I'm going to let you go.
Awesome.
But thanks for letting me come on and and share. Yeah, it's exciting to be part of vaccinating other people and just like I love being surrounded by people that I work with that are pro-vaccine. It feels
good. Yeah, nice. Protecting your community and the patients too.
Yeah, and the
huge.
babies. It's all about the
Awesome.
babies.
Thank you, Mrs. Dr. G. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah,
Have a
thanks for
good
letting
night.
me
Have a
on.
good
Bye,
shift.
everybody. Say
Bye.
bye. Love you. Bye.
Love you too. Not you. Not you. No, no, no. Go. Not you. Not you. Yeah, the other Mrs. Dr. G. Get out. Right behind you. Behind you. Behind you. I hate you in Dinosaur. I hate you in Dinosaur. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. That is my wife on Friday nights, on Thursday nights. I mean, I'm just kidding. No, it's
Only on
Just kidding.
Thursday nights.
Just kidding, guys. It matters what the gifts are like. You know what I mean? We're kind of like I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
We're playing it up, all for the views. I had a serious question and then a fun one. So I was one of the lucky 1 in a million to have an adverse reaction to the vaccine. Well, the boosters in particular. And my mom, she keeps telling me just to get the other type, right? Because I'd been getting Pfizer. Do you think there's like something worth trying the other one, or do you think that it's possible I'd still have this same adverse reaction?
What was your adverse reaction?
So every time I took it, at least for the boosters, I'd be like bedbound for a couple days.
That's not an adverse reaction. That's just the thing. So this is an important thing, guys. So when you get a vaccine, so what happens is that it's delivering genetic material that your body is going to create, and it's going to think that it's actually creating, and it has an infection. So what it does is it mounts an immune response, which increases your temperature in order to ward off the infection. It does its whole thing, and a lot of times, whether or not that actually gives you a better antibody response is actually something that's kind of still studied. So some people, like my wife, never had any reaction to any vaccine that she takes. Me, I'm the same way. I am like bedbound and I am sick. But that means basically is that your immune system is kicking on, and it's doing its thing, and it's memorizing those parts.
I mean, that makes sense. I'm the only one I know who had it for like 5 days and couldn't get out of bed.
Yeah.
So for me, that like going through that again makes me nervous, especially because my health isn't as bad, isn't as good as it used to be. But you think like it would probably be the same reaction with the other brands?
Probably. I would try it. You try out the other ones. It's all good. I mean, the thing is, and what you need to realize is that if you had an actual SARS-CoV-2 infection, it would be way worse. So your vaccine is delivering a small amount of viral particle, just the spike protein, and a really small amount of RNA. So if you got an actual SARS-CoV-2 infection, you could actually be in a pretty bad spot. So I would do it. Especially, get your booster, get your COVID shot. I would probably just do it at the same time, get it done.
Yeah, for sure. And I've been mostly like I've been getting it, but I've been mostly staying at home. I have got a lot of other health stuff on, masking up, staying away from everything. So at least I'm good there. But it is stressful to, I don't know. I'm worried about having the same reaction, but it might just be worth trying the other brand and seeing what happens.
Yeah, you can go back and forth. It's all good. Thank you, Green and Sin. Thank you, MZ Delta. Thank you for those kind words. Buck Skinner, your mom did not die from the vaccine, guys. It's again. So what happens is a lot of people they get a COVID infection sometime in the same area of time. Someone was like saying like, oh yeah, 2 weeks later I had a vaccine side effect. And I'm like, no, dude, you probably just got COVID-19 2 weeks later, from the thing. And no, they didn't. Yeah, Buck Skinner, no, they didn't. So again, they probably, if they did related to that, they probably got it related to, COVID-19, an actual thing. They probably did. So again, unfortunately people kind of like tie these things together. But it's safe, it's effective, it protects you against serious illness, and I would probably just try the Moderna one and just kind of see.
Okay, cool. My non-serious question
Mhm.
now is, how do you feel about perpetual stew?
What's that? Perpetual stew.
You haven't seen perpetual stew? Oh, basically it's this. You make a stew in a crock pot.
Mm.
You leave it on forever. And you add stuff to it every single day and take
Ah.
stuff out over and over and over again.
So you're wondering,
I
this is
thought,
basically so it's kind of like a microbial
yeah, I thought it would be
fermentation
your
thing.
worst
Yeah.
nightmare. There's
Ah.
Stuthius. Stuthius is pretty bad.
If you're
Because
like doing it and heating it up to a boil every day, maybe that's okay. But
well, some of them keep it on the whole time, and then some people let it cool
Mhm.
and then reheat it, which is also not good.
if you're reheating it to a boil, then maybe it's okay, but I wouldn't do it, because
Yeah,
the
so
boil would therefore like kind of would be okay, but in theory, but you don't want to. The problem would be to keep it at a just above room temperature, or like 37 degrees Celsius, which is like the prime like eating temperature. Also the temperature that that bacteria love to grow at. So I would be
some of these have
hesitant.
been going for hundreds of days. So if you want to give yourself nightmares, you should look
Yeah.
at perpetual stew.
I would not, guys. I mean, if you did, I would heat it up to boil.
Yeah. My biggest fear is botulism, so I'll never.
There you go. That's a good, yeah. That is the big fear.
But thank you so much.
All right.
Have a
thank you.
great
Hey,
one.
have a good one. Have a good night. All right, guys. Just catching up with chat. Lizzie, like about 100 people in the world have died from the COVID vaccine. It's an incredibly rare event. It's like 1 in 50 million. So at the 1 in a million is the myocarditis risk. The increase in myocarditis risk from the actual COVID SARS-CoV-2 infection is about 580% more than that. So if you're worried about myocarditis, you're worried about the side effects, you get the vaccine. Linz, thank you for saying that. I think that a lot of vaccines did save a lot of lives. NB, how's it going? 1 second. After you reheat something. All right. Try to do a bit of research. Me? Yeah, I will. At some point, I'll do some research. My parents never got COVID. You don't know that, Buck Skinner. How's it going, MB? How's it going?
I'm a bit sleepy, so I'm gonna make this short. How are you?
Good.
Try to do a bit of research was actually a bit on point because that's actually what I'm doing right now, and
Nice.
I'm on Google Scholar. And I'm just a bit confused because I'm seeing some. It's not in referring to the vaccine. It's about the stuff that you see me talking about when it comes to like SSRIs.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing some conflicting things on there, and I was just curious. That has to be you, right?
Yeah. Sorry. Did that go through? Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I don't move around enough to be like TikTok live guy. So anyway, sorry. So we're going to Google Scholar, and then what's your search term?
Yeah. Give me 2 seconds. I can give you the exact thing.
Sure. Oh, Buck Skinner, thank you. Thank you for recognizing my impact. I appreciate you. You should jump in the box. You should talk to me about it.
So it's protracted withdrawal syndrome after stopping antidepressants.
Okay. So yeah, one, I would look when you're looking for, I put SSRI withdrawal syndrome into Google Scholar. And then I'm looking at first so Google Scholar, and then there's under the short little paragraph thing that says what it is. There's the title, then there's the authors, then there's like a couple sentences, and under that there's the save cited cite and cited by. So look at the cited by. That's a really good way of like kind of looking at it. I also like to do on the far left hand side the anytime. Maybe do the since by 2021. That's also kind of like a good, good cutoff in the last 5 years. But the idea is you want to look at stuff that's cited by, something kind of big. So I'm seeing cited by 319, cited by 529, cited by 260. Those are kind of the things that I want. And like Google Scholar is good in the fact that it has a lot of stuff, but it's also really bad. It can include anything. So, you can get anything published basically. I know the anti-vaxxers say like, oh, my stuff is impossible. You'll never get this stuff, published, but it's not true. You can go to some journal paper mill that just wants $1,000 and you can get anything in the world published, and it'll come up on Google Scholar sometimes. So you just got to make sure. So you don't want to just look at anything. You want to look at the things that are cited by, because that's kind of like the peer review process a little bit working, where those are people in the field kind of like citing that and citing that paper, and that's kind of like a democratic vote for like, hey, this is worth citing in our own research. So this one, right?
You say it's a good amount of sites, like
it matters.
If something has 63 sites, for example, would you say that would be like a good amount?
Matters when it was published. In 1995, that's an alarming thing, but since 2025, that's a good amount. So I'm looking at like cited by 529 from 2015. I'm looking at cited by 494 by 2005. So I'm going to go to the withdrawal symptoms after selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor discontinuation, a systematic review. So a systematic review is like one of the largest ways that basically it looks at all the available data, and then it kind of builds up on that. So that's a good way of looking in medical science. That's a really good thing.
Okay. I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's so reading this one. So withdrawal symptoms after SSRI discontinuation, a systematic review. So background. Selective SSRIs are widely used in medical practice. They have been associated with broad range of symptoms whose clinical meaning has not been fully appreciated. So methods are going to be kind of like the standard how we conduct systematic reviews. Results. There were 15 randomized control studies, 4 open trials, 4 retrospective investigations, and 38 case reports. The prevalence of the syndrome was variable, and its estimation was hindered by a lack of case identification in many cases. Symptoms typically occur within a few days from drug discontinuation and last a few weeks, also with gradual tapering. However, many variations are possible, including late onset and or persistence of disturbances. Symptoms may be easily misidentified as signs of impending relapse. Conclusions. So I like to focus in on the conclusions is where you're going to put a lot of time in making sure you're crafting this if you're writing this as a researcher. So clinicians need to add SSRI to the list of drugs potentially inducing withdrawal symptoms upon discontinuation, together with benzodiazepines, barbiturates, and other psychotropic drugs. The term discontinuation syndrome that is currently used minimizes the potential vulnerabilities induced by SSRIs and should be replaced with withdrawal syndromes. So let's see see if we can find
That's
this.
the exact thing that I was reading. Yeah. So essentially, and maybe it's a different study, but a different study used that same exact terminology if it is a different study. And they were citing 7 case reports that they initially pulled. And then I just stopped reading the study because I'm like, if you're only basing this off of 7 case reports, then I mean, there's millions of people on SSRIs,
Yeah. And then this is another, so this is cited. This is 4 years later in the Lancet, cited by 319. So this is another solid study. Lancet's one of the best in the world. So here we go. The Lancet Psychiatry. All classes of drugs that are prescribed to treat depression are associated with withdrawal syndromes. Okay, that makes sense. SSRI withdrawal syndrome occurs often and can be severe and might compel patients to recommence their medication. Although the withdrawal symptoms can be differentiated from recurrence of the underlying disorder, it may also be mistaken for recurrence, leading to long-term unnecessary medication. Guidelines recommend short tapers of between 2 and 4 weeks down to therapeutic minimum dosages or half minimum dosages upon complete cessation. Studies have shown that these tapers show minimal benefits over abrupt discontinuation and are often not tolerated by patients. Tapers over a period of months and down to dosage much lower than minimal therapeutic dosage have shown greater success in reducing withdrawal symptoms. So tapers, that just seems to be what they recommend. Other types of medication associated with withdrawal, such as benzodiazepines, are tapered to reduce their biological effect as receptors by fixed amounts to minimize withdrawal symptoms. These dose reductions are done with exponential tapering programs that reach very small doses. This method could have relevance for tapering of SSRIs. We examined the PET imaging data of serotonin transporter occupancy by SSRIs and found that hyperbolically reducing doses of SSRIs reduce their effect on serotonin transport inhibition in a linear manner. So they hyperbolically, so they did it at an increasingly severe rate, but they saw linear inhibition. So therefore, they suggest that SSRIs should be tapered hyperbolically and slowly to doses that much lower than those of therapeutic minimums, in line with tapering regimes for other medications associated with withdrawal symptoms. Withdrawal symptoms will then be minimized. So yeah, that they're just looking for different ways that they can found it, and they found by imaging, they found that you can make it dramatically less by just tapering it down.
I find this rhetoric kind of harmful, and I guess it is backed by science, but I just find it kind of harmful because RFK is spewing the same type of rhetoric that, SSRIs are just as addictive and harmful to get off of as the big H. And, benzos have been medically and scientifically proven to be just as hard to get off of as H, if not harder. You know what I'm saying? Like benzodiazepines and Xanax and all of these things. Those drugs are really hard to get off of. And RFK has been spewing this nonsense about SSRIs and antidepressants and antipsychotics for so long that it's done damage. And it's the same exact communities that you're reaching out to with the anti-vax community. That maybe there is some science to back it, yes. But as it was saying in the study, they're suggesting 2 to 4 weeks, maybe a bit longer. But with benzodiazepines, I mean, if they are suggesting you do it at the same ratio of benzodiazepines, doc, it can take years to get off of benzodiazepines. So if that's truly the same for SSRIs, then why would they be prescribing these medications? I don't think that would be true. You know what I mean? I mean, states like California, they're even honing back on prescribing benzodiazepines from people, and they're tapering. Like when I moved to California, my doctor immediately was like, I have to taper you off of this medication, right? But they're not doing that for SSRIs. They're not making legislation to taper people off of it because it's not a life-threatening medication, right?
Yeah.
And maybe that's the difference.
Yeah, I think
I don't know.
that's exactly it, I think. And they did say in the Lancet, the one that we read second, tapers over a period of months and down to much lower. So yeah, it could take some time, and something that is going to have such a profound, impact. It does have a different a change on quality of life, so it's going to have an impact, I think, in that way. So I don't think that it's going to have to. You're going to have to figure out ways in order to create mechanisms to help people, with that transition. I don't think that it's necessarily saying that it's withdrawal is as dangerous or whatever as benzos. It's just saying that there's going to be some change. I mean, it's an effective medication, right? So
Yeah.
I think that's what it's really saying, is that there is going to be a difference.
So do you believe, and then I'll hop off because I don't want to take up too much of your
You're
time,
fine.
but do you believe that these types of studies could be potentially fueling the rhetoric that we're seeing from, because there's a doctor named Dr. Joseph, I've told you about him a couple of times, that I used to follow because I truly believed what he was saying, because he spoke such good word about benzodiazepines and protracted benzodiazepine withdrawal and the harm of it. And I know what that is, and it's true, and I believed him. And then he started talking about SSRI injury. And so that's why I was terrified to even get on these medications, right? And that's what you're reading about right now. So could it be that, and Dr. Joseph is close with Dr. Amen, which I later found out that Dr. Amen is a right-wing grifter and yada, yada, yada. So anyways, could it be that this type of studies are being weaponized to push people to stop taking medication, just like certain studies could be weaponized to stop people from getting vaccinations as well?
Yeah. So exactly. So it's just like like in good faith, there are lots of people that are making vaccines, right? That believe in vaccines, that care about vaccines. They want to make the best vaccine possible. They're trying to figure out what are possible side effects to ingredients. What do we want to add in here that can actually increase the ability for the immune system to have this response, but we don't have an adverse side effect. So let's study this. Let's try to understand this. Thank you, Cindy Rose. Thank you for the gifts, guys. Thank you. Tips with the touch, Cindy Rose. Thank you. And Bluesman, thank you. Those studies that where pro-vaccine people are trying to make the best vaccine possible, they can be used and undermined. And it's how these people are using it. And what it's called in science is misattribution. So when someone misattributes something and comes to a conclusion with data from the paper that the author themselves would not agree with. So that's why you have to kind of like read the study. You have to read the conclusion. Nowhere did they say in the conclusion saying anything that you were talking about. Thank you, Rapture. I see you, and we'll get that. Nowhere did they say that the withdrawal their conclusion is that withdrawal symptoms can be minimized here. They're not saying that their conclusion isn't SSRIs are dangerous and you should be. Do you know what I mean? They're saying that we can figure out ways in order to mitigate this so that people can use this safely and effectively. So that's what when I read this, that's what I view. So if someone is just trying to use this in order to push their own medication and saying SSRIs are dangerous, then I don't think that the author would agree there. And that would be, if they're citing this, then that's misattribution.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate it, Doc. I appreciate it a lot. I'm on my own journey of trying to figure all of this out because I'm getting a lot of pushback when I'm posting certain things. So I'm like, okay, why am I getting this pushback? Right? Let me do some research.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
No, absolutely, that's good. You're going to the right sources. You're reading. This is great. No, this is amazing for sure. And this is good. But the sources and stuff aren't coming to the conclusion that SSRIs are as dangerous as benzos. They're saying that, hey, we've figured out ways in order to withdraw safely, mitigate these concerns. They're not saying we think of the other course, right? They could have said, hey, there's no way to taper down this thing. If you go down at all, we're having all the bad side effects, everything bad, and it could harm someone by going off them. Do you know what I mean? Like there could be a world that would be what was said, and that's not like the data doesn't show that. So that's why it's good to read multiple studies. It's good to see, like with this one. So my next thing would be So tapering of SSRI treatments to mitigate withdrawal symptoms, right? In Google Scholar, like we were saying, that's cited by 319. Guys, this is a good, my second monitor here is on my YouTube stream. If you guys ever wanted to follow along, Dr. Nanotube on YouTube, you can follow along. But so this is the daisy chain, and this is what's the fun part of research, NB. So now you hit that cited by 319, and then now we see what is actually being cited by that paper that we like, that we understand. So what is that actually? What is that? Who's citing that paper? So this is how you can kind of daisy chain. And I see some big studies here citing that one that we liked. So that was cited by 9/11. A time for United Action on Depression, a Lancet World Psychiatric Association Commission. That's huge. 911 cited by 911, cited by 562, 585. So that one that we just cited, a lot of people agree. Some of the best papers have cited that. So now you kind of go and daisy chain that, right? Now we're looking at how these papers stack up. And here we go. Let's just read one of those. Time for United Action. Evidence. So this is the Lancet Commission. So this is probably the world. This is in 2022. Herman et al. Evidence has accumulated over decades that depression is a leading cause of avoidable suffering in the world. Yet too many people in the communities, governments, and health sector understand or acknowledge depression as distinct from other troubles that people face. Not enough is done to avoid and alleviate the suffering and disadvantage linked with depression, and few governments acknowledge that the break that depression places on social and economic development. So this is a big study that I don't have access to, unfortunately, but so that's something that they're obviously linking to, that saying that, hey, you can safely use these drugs and get off of it, and there's no reason to be scared of them. The 2020 Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Psychiatrists Clinical Practice Guidelines for Mood Disorders. Conclusion. So the MDCPG 2020 builds on the previous 2015 guidelines and maintains its joint focus on both depressive and bipolar disorders. It provides up-to-date recommendations and guidance with the evidence-based framework supplemented by expert clinical consensus. So again, so that's two things now, two expert commissions that were both looking at the paper that we looked at. So what's that mean? It means that there's like a consensus building that not only that these things are effective, right? You can get off them, and both of these commissions are both citing that paper that we were reading that said, hey, you can taper down, and this is there's nothing to be afraid of here. See how we did that, NB?
Yeah.
Like
It's just so
out.
frustrating because this is a brand new account, right? So it's not even like I'm looking for anything on this. I'm just posting my own experiences, and I'll scroll and I'll see a post with 65,000 likes, and it'll be talking about the injury. And then I'll see a video of someone talking about their personal experience with SSRI injury and benzodiazepine injury, and they'll be visibly showing something that's happening to their physical body, right? That I can see with my own two eyes is clearly from their benzodiazepine withdrawal being tapered way too fast. And they're claiming that it's an SSRI injury, right? And this type of misinformation is what pushed someone like me to not take medication for who knows how long. And there's so many people on this planet that are unmedicated, and when people are sitting here debating about pew laws and all of these other things, let's fix people, and let's fix mental health first. You don't even believe in the medication, you don't even believe in vaccines, you don't even so how are you supposed to fix anything in this world if you don't believe in even keeping yourself healthy? That's basically all I have to say. Thank you for letting me up, and I appreciate you pointing me in the right direction and helping me figure out what cited means and how to know what's what.
Yeah, don't let. I mean, so one, I think that you're being brave by sharing your story and empowering other people to go on this journey that you have, embarked on. So I think that is incredible that what you're doing. Two, just be wary that you are opening yourself up, right? That is kind of like a problem. If you wanted to just have it kind of be as a journal, which I think is still valid, I would explore maybe turning off comments or something like that, where you're still cataloging this stuff, but it's like, you know what? You can keep people at arm's length and be like, I don't want, this being a source for disinformation. Or TikTok can, you can turn on the anti-bullying stuff and the comment protections so that you don't even see it. So I would think about that. But I also, I mean, I've seen your videos, you've shared them with me, and I think that they are, I think they're strong and they're awesome, and you're going on your journey, and I it's just kind of like, I mean, I share my own journey with mental health, and on stream, because I think it's a journey that everyone has. It's not a destination to like perfect mental health. I did it. Everyone has their own journey. And if you don't think that you're on a journey for better mental health, then you're on a river and you're in a raft and you have no idea what's going on. You know what I mean? You're getting taken. If you don't think that it's happening to you, then that's even more scary. So I think what you're doing is amazing, and don't let people that, there are people in good faith trying to ask questions, and then there's also going to be the people, just like the anti-vax people that come in here, that just kind of like try to get that pot going, and they know that you're susceptible, so they know that they can grate you and they know they can get at you. And it's up to you, if you allow them to have that opportunity against you. And I don't think that it's necessary for them to have that opportunity. But because I like what you're doing, and what I would be scared of would be you not putting your story out because of this friction. So I'd rather you just turn off the comments and just catalog, what's happening. And it would still go out in the algorithm. It would still be joined by people. You could put hashtags on there and people would still find your stuff, and they could still watch it. But it just saves you that mental angst of like, hey, I'm improving my own life. This is what it is, but I want to share this, and I don't care about what your opinion is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I really appreciate that. Maybe that's what I should do, because it's interesting, because the part where I'm like, okay, like I'm going through protracted benzodiazepine withdrawal, that brings in the anti-medication people. But then the part where I'm like, oh, but by the way, at the same time, I'm starting Lexapro. They're like, oh, wow, this is a weird mix, right? So they're taken aback by that quite a bit. And so, yeah, maybe turning off the comments is a vibe, because then they can just watch.
They're going to be in there. They're looking for they're looking for their own. They're looking for people susceptible in order to sell you their $100 a month, rosemary tincture that can like cure what you're saying. You know what I mean? They're looking for people that to take advantage and that are in that vulnerable state.
I can tell you, I'm not buying no green tea, doctor.
Good. But yeah, that's the nonsense that happens, and maybe as you solidify maybe on your journey a little bit more, you're on your they've given you some things to think about, and you can read about. I would take anyone that's on any medication. Okay, and that's a good idea, Dr. T, turning off stitches or duets or whatever. You can, like, you have something to learn on, and I think that anyone's on a medication in good faith, you can actually learn, do your own research without just going into Google and looking at the first YouTube short. You can go to Google Scholar, you can read about these things, and these are the good faith research questions your physician is going to love. They're going to love talking to you about this. Like, hey, I found this meta-analysis with 500 citations on the Lancet, talking about this, like, what do you think about this paper? Or, hey, what my chart messaging your physician beforehand, being like, hey, could we discuss this like review that I had just seen? When at my next visit, give it to them a week before so they can read it and they can kind of understand and talk you through it. That kind of stuff. Like that's the stuff that they love to do. They would love for people to be more informed and genuinely wanting to learn. What they don't want is like, hey, I have this just nonsense, a conspiracy that I just learned that's better than your expertise and that this is what I should be doing and you're an idiot. And you know what I mean? It's a completely different idea of a good faith. Let's learn together. Let's like I'm interested in this versus I'm going to tell you what this actually is. You know what I mean?
That's so true because my my doctor. I'm going to tell you a funny story really quick, and tell me if you need me to go. But my doctor, so I came on your live, and that's when I had like that eye-opening experience, right? That I was like, holy crap! I think that everything that I've been told is a lie. So I think I should listen to my doctor. So I started taking the pills. The pills started working, right? So I told my doctor, I was like, okay. I started doing more research. I started following this doctor on TikTok, and I started like doing my separate research. And I've been finding out that a lot of the things that I've been buying into have been conspiracies. And this was a face-to-face convo. We rarely have those. And he just looks at me and he just starts cackling. And he's like, I wasn't going to tell you, but that's, yeah. And I'm like, specifically the brain scans. And he's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, $30,000 for what? To put you on SSRIs? Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm like, exactly. He's like, so now that we're here, I'm glad that you understand. But the interesting thing, and I know we talked about this on the Discord, is that the doctor isn't going to tell you that because they want to build that trust with you, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to have those real conversations with you, and so. But yeah, that's so true. When you come at them with that pseudoscience, they're going to come at you with love and compassion.
Yeah.
But they do look at you like you're silly, definitely.
But if you're coming out with actual scholarly research where it's like actual stuff and you're really interested, then they love to talk about that stuff. That it's their field. There is nothing as a scientist, okay, or a physician or whatever, there is nothing better than someone asking you about your own research or your own research area. Or I'm an oncologist. I want to talk to you about the different ways of cancer formation, or you know what I mean. There's tons of different ways of expertise to have. And if someone asks you specifically about your specific expertise, you're like, yeah, let's talk about it. You love it. So don't be ever afraid of asking your physician about their specialty, or they genuinely would love to talk to you about it. That's why they specialized in it. They had a huge affinity towards learning about it. So they can't and the best thing that you could possibly have as a physician is somehow an awesome 600 citation Lancet systemic review about your exact specialty that you didn't know about, that you're actually genuinely interested in. You're like, dude, thank you for bringing this to me. This is awesome. So if anything, it's actually, you can get some mad respect points, and then it could actually help the physician learn something, and then you could learn something too. It's it's all good to actually go through the actual do your own research steps. They love that. They do love that.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much. And just for anybody who's curious, Google Scholar is really easy to navigate. So if you haven't hit it up yet, go ahead and hit it up. And thank you so much, Dr. V, for everything you do.
No problem, MB. Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate you. Bye. Friend of the stream, guys. MB Human. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Oh, interesting, Dan. That's interesting. I know, Sarah. Hey, we had one. I forget. I'm sorry, guys. I missed what we were in the middle. Rapture got vaccinated. Yes. Rapture 1 or 2? I can't, Renata. Sorry, I'm not a physician. Nice. 3, 2. Oh, 1 second. Let me get all like neoned up. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Yes, 215. Witchy. Yes, that's 2. Oh my gosh, 217, guys. Witchy for the COVID and the flu, guys. 3, 2, 1. Yes, 217, guys. Incredible. I love it. I love it. We're just hanging out, talking about science, Jules. Any questions you have? Well, microbiology, PhD. Thank you, Sarah Ann. Thank you, guys. I love you too. Thank you so much for the roses, Cindy Rose, Cat for Life, Kathleen. Thank you guys so much. Real quick, we haven't done this today. Okay, Witchy, good. Yeah, you know what? I'm happy, and you should be empowered to mask. And I love the KF94. That's my favorite. They're cheaper than the N95s. Give just about the same protection. They are a good KN95 or yeah, it's good stuff. Don't let you know what? We support and love you, so don't ever let those people get to you, okay? All right, guys, real quick. This is your time. Your time. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much to okay, we actually yeah, the last super fan. So I got to change this real quick. Guys, they changed it to super fan. So super fans are how you can do a super fan if you are a live streamer and you do subscribers for the TikTok posts. So since I primarily do lives, superfan is kind of like where you get your stickers and all that kind of stuff. So thank you so much for the super fans. It's the number one way that you can help the stream. I really appreciate you. So thank you, Abe Froman. Thank you so much. Top gifters: Sarah Ann, Kathleen, Cindy Rose, Ado, Ducre, Rapture, Jesus Christ, LMAO, RL Sales, Renata Flows. Thank you for 1 like, 100 like, 1,000 likes, or 4,000 like. Life is Light 123. Who are you? Night Flyer, Cindy Rose, Ado, Rapture, Dr. Rowe, Enzo, Helen, and Ratchet Gear. Guys, if you want, right here. Oh, this is interesting. What? Let me just change this around here. Guys, super chats, $5. If you want to ask questions like that, I can read your I will read your the article submission. I will read or answer your questions through super chats. That's what we do there. Also in my link tree right here, that's where you can get the Discord link. And it's been revamped lately. So you got all the best of conversations, the best of highlights, those 30, 45 minutes, like perfect for doing some chores, putting it on in the background. Also, my publications are there. What kind of scientist am I? What am I? I don't know. Also, guys, we celebrate people that get vaccinated in this community. So get vaccinated, and we celebrate you. That's what this is. That's what this vaccine, our vaccines, our community has gotten 217 vaccines, any type of vaccines, shots in arms, guys. Incredible. All right. Super fan. Yeah, not that fan, Roman. Thank you though. Oh, I like Light is Life 123 personally. I don't know. That's my favorite Light is Life. Because, you know, maybe that's the quantum orbit, you know what I mean? Maybe that's the quantum one. All right. All right, guys. Well, so during these times, I am going to be all right. Yes, exactly. Maybe the folded light is 1, 2, 3. Maybe that is the what you need. All right. So I'm gonna pull up on my second monitor here. Boom. Oh, Northern Nevada, no COVID booster in supply. I'm sorry, Noamis. That's awful. Not yet, Bubble Prayers. We're pulling it up right now. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay, this is kind of cool. Oh, we got some reacts to do. I forgot about this. Okay. The CDC fired awesome. She's a PhD in microbiology, guys. She also was the old CDC director, my old job. Isn't that incredible? What is that? People say that I'm not qualified to be a scientist. I'm qualified to head the CDC, dog. What's up? Isn't that incredible? Wouldn't that be cool? I don't know. I honestly have no idea. I would look around. I would look around. I know. Wouldn't that be, dude? Oh my gosh, I want to be on these Senate panels so bad. Let me at him, guys. Let me at him. I mean, it's so sad. She's getting hit with all these anti-vaccine talking points, and it's like just insane to me. It's so frustrating. Rand Paul just spouting absolute nonsense at her, and she doesn't know it. She's not doing these TikTok lives, dude. That's what she needs to do in order to prep for her Senate panel meeting is do a TikTok live and debate some of these anti-vaxxers. I know, exactly. Call me Bob. Exactly. It's like eugenics against poor people. And dude, you know what's crazy? You know what the number one indicator for vaccine status is now? The number one thing. Politics, political party. In a survey recently, or a YouGov survey, 63% of Democrats were pro-vaccine, which, okay, one, way too low. Holy shit. 64% of Democrats were enthusiastic about vaccines. Way too low. Are you out of your minds? And guess what? Only 20% of Republicans were enthusiastic about vaccines. What? 20%, guys? 20%? Like 30% of Republicans believe in like little green aliens live and roam the earth. So the idea that like 20%. Okay. Aunt Biscuit, you can't. The president. Yeah, Aunt Biscuit, no, we don't. You can just take a chill pill. It is insane. So, not good, guys. Not good. Democrats, I don't understand. This is what I'm saying. Like, even during the pandemic, there weren't any vaccine advocates. I'm sorry, but there weren't any vaccine advocates. We had the vaccine that was recommended, that was, said that it's a good thing, but nobody was advocating for it publicly, saying that this is what we need to do. Let's go, guys, rally the troops kind of thing. And guess what? Guess where we are? 63% of Democrats. That's 2 out of 3, guys. It's awful. There are those people, hippie. I agree. It's like the crunchy granola lefty people, but it's sad. It's awful. Most of those people have gone to the right because of RFK, though. I don't think it's education, baby. I think it's more of them people not trusting institutions. It's more of an institutional trust kind of problem. So I think that's the big problem. I know they made Fauci the scapegoat, which is insane. But all right. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll, guys. Let's see. All right. Okay, happy face for science article. Cry for fired CDC, Senate react. Happy face for science article. Crying for this fired CDC director and her Senate testimony, guys. What do you think? Science article, we learn or react. Okay. Dang, guys. Dang. Okay. This is why we do the poll. This is why democracy is a good thing, guys. You know what I mean? All right. This is why we do the poll. I like it. Thank you. I hear you. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So first up, we got Bernie Sanders. Okay. Millions of people across the United States working together. We can solve the problem. We need a political revolution in this country. It's the billionaires, the billionaire class. Okay? Millions of people. CDC Director Menares, was it true that RFK, who has been bought and paid for by the pharmaceutical lobby, did he pressure you? Okay, all right. Okay, get the mittens. Dude, that's a sick reference. Dude, that's a sick reference. Bro, so I was at the San Diego Bernie rally 2015, 2016. I've been involved in politics a lot and had gone to a lot of stuff. But in Southern California, there's just not many political, rallies and stuff that you get to go. That's so cool, Dan. I tried to be in my district and I didn't get the votes. I walked in with 2 votes. I left with 10. So you know what? I felt like I was a win. You know what I mean? I walked in, my wife and I, we had actually just walked. We had just come back from Vegas, so I was so hungover, guys. And I'm wearing my suit jacket, and I'm wearing my suit jacket, trying to get up a little bit better, look a little bit better. But it was just smelled of Vegas, and I was so hungover. But I am, yeah. And I made the speech and stuff. And I got clobbered. I got absolutely clobbered. And anyway, but so it was so cool, man. I was in the line. It was so crazy, guys. The line was so long. It was up and down a parking structure on both sides, snaking in and out. And then we went all the way to the next park, and then through the park, up and down, snaking up and down, and then to a parking lot again, snaking up and down. Never seen anything like this. The amount of people, the amount of love and compassion, people trying to make their world better. It was absolutely beautiful. And it was too much. There was too many people. They actually sold out whatever arena that they had, and they couldn't fit any more people in there. So they stopped it. And so I was in the overflow, right? I'm in the overflow. And I was like, oh, I'm not going to see him. I was so bummed. And sure enough, he comes and he gives a second speech, a little rally. And yeah, Bernie Sanders. And this is 2016 and during the primary. And dude, it was so cool, man. It was like it was just like him on like it was like the smallest little stage because it was the overflow room. And he gave like a speech, for like 50 people. It was just like us, and it was so inspiring. I mean, Bernie's my favorite, politician, where the guy is so courageous, been, the lone vote for people for so many times. He's not the most successful legislator in the world, right? He hasn't written and passed a ton of legislation, let's be real. But I think that he's been courageous as an independent, going on his own, sticking up for the people, sticking up against the poor, the working class when no one else has. And we need more Bernie Sanders in the world. Yeah. So he's been incredible. I started following politics in like 1998. And even back then, when I knew about him as a congressman, because he was he looked so silly then. As a congressman, he was still so fiery and made these awesome speeches and stuff. So I've been following him for over 25 years now. And he's just an absolute treasure, man. So anyway, it's my political hero. But okay, Lauren. Thank you. Thanks for updating us. Okay, I mean, if you wanted to talk about it, Lauren, we could, if whatever you want to share. But I don't think that's probably good because of the you're probably still in litigation. So, but thanks for the update. That's incredible. Keep us updated, okay? Yeah, guys, that's a really, really important thing. Abortion is healthcare, guys. It is the best way to save the life of the mother. And we're talking about elective abortions, not just to save the mother in these rare cases where they have to be so sick or they have to do it. We're talking about points where, and what's happening is that physicians, when a patient presents to the emergency room where they might be pregnant, they won't touch these people. And they're sending them to one hospital to the other, and people do die from it. And Lauren is, her daughter is one of those unfortunate people, and she is advocating for abortion care throughout this country. And she's brave and an amazing person, and I'm very proud to have her in our community. So thank you for being here, Lauren. I appreciate you. Yeah. Okay, Lauren. Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow, that's really crazy. 102.8 after Tylenol is insane. Yeah, it is. Well, it's crazy that they discharged her. Anyway, so dang, thank you for speaking truth to power, Lauren. We are here with you. Hi, Professor. All right, so here's Bernie Sanders.
Mr. Chairman, thanks very much, and thank you for holding this important hearing. Dr. Meneres, Dr. Howery, thanks so much for being with us.
He says he's making an opening statement in a hearing with ousted CDC Meneres. So maybe he's a ranking member of the committee, so he's able to make this statement. That it's kind of Oh, thanks, Lauren. Thank you. You're an advocate, and you're fighting for women across this country. And I have daughters myself. So I feel like you are fighting for my daughter, and I think you're the badass, legitimately. So I support you, and however I can. So thank you.
On July 31st, Dr. Menarez was sworn in as our nation's first Senate-confirmed director of the CDC. At a swearing-in ceremony, Secretary Kennedy said, and I quote, "Dr. Menarez is a public health expert with unimpeachable scientific credentials. I have full confidence in her ability to restore the CDC's role as the most trusted authority in public health and to strengthen our nation's readiness to confront infectious diseases and biosecurity threats," end quote. That was what Secretary Kennedy said on July 31st. On August 27th, less than a month later, Dr. Menarez was fired. Why was that?
I do think, Lauren, I will say, hi Melanie, how's it going? I will say, guys, I do think that Bernie wouldn't have been an effective president passing things. Much like Obama, he would have been stymied and blocked at every given aspect, and the Republicans are really good at being in the minority and stopping that from happening. What I do think that would be a big thing for Bernie would be helping the down ballot Democrats in the county and local levels. I think that's where he would have a huge impact, and he would use that bully pulpit to really get the Democrats elected down ballot. That's what I think is a real big thing. But let's say it, guys. I'm gonna say this. And I know you guys get mad, but I'm telling you, if you took Biden's legislative record and I blindfolded you and I said that it was actually Bernie that got elected in 2020, and these are all the things that he got through. He got the CHIPS Act, high-paying tech jobs in the production in the United States, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is $500 billion for climate change, the Infrastructure Act, which was another $400 billion for climate change and infrastructure improvements. Did you guys know that he reserved triple the amount of federal space that TR did for national parks and saving the ecosystems and our environment? Things like that, where things that were just huge projects that got done that hadn't been tried to get done for 20 years, and Biden, but in this scenario, Bernie did, right? Because you're masked up. You'd be like, oh man, what an incredible president Bernie Sanders was. You would think that the stuff that Biden got passed, you would think that Bernie Sanders was the president, is what I was saying. Absolutely incredible. And Bernie had a place in that actually, because Bernie was the chair of the Ways and Means Committee, which is where a lot of the legislation is actually written, by the way, in the Senate. So he actually had a huge role in that. So, yeah, I think we got to take our wins where he was. Exactly. No, I think you're right, Professor STO. And that's the thing, is that he didn't get the credit. And on top of that, Biden didn't do a good job of administering the aid and bills once they got passed. So he passed the legislation and then sat back and just had that money and had those as pools of money that were able to be spent in the future with big projects and all that kind of stuff. But I think what we have to do in the future is that we have to just get it done and just get it built as soon as it is, like within 6 months, guys. We can't have these $400-500 billion slush funds just sitting there because they were raided by Trump in order to stow rhymes. Stow rhymes. Professor Stowe. Okay, thanks, man. So yeah. Exactly, Lauren. It's all unraveled. Doesn't mean that we're actually farther back because we're actually farther back than where we were, because people aren't going to want to do a $500 billion climate change bill now. It's awful. They are. I agree, Professor Stowe. Yeah. But anyway, so here's the opening statement by Okay, he is a ranking member, so that's why he's making an opening
Well,
statement.
according to Secretary Kennedy, Dr. Menares, who has spent nearly 2 decades as a public service working in both Democratic and Republican administrations, he said that she is, quote, a liar, end quote, and is, quote, untrustworthy, end quote. Liar and untrustworthy. Really? How did Dr. Menares go from being a public health expert with unimpeachable scientific credentials, who had the full confidence of Secretary Kennedy, into being a liar and untrustworthy in less than a month? That is quite a transformation. Well, I think the answer is fairly obvious. Dr. Menares was fired because she refused to act as a rubber stamp
True.
to implement Secretary Kennedy's dangerous agenda to substantially limit the use of safe and effective vaccines that would endanger the lives of the American people and people throughout the world. Specifically, she was fired for 2 reasons. Number 1, listen to this. She refused to, quote unquote, pre-approve the recommendations of a vaccine advisory panel newly filled with people who have publicly expressed anti-vaccine rhetoric. And
It's true. How would you do that? That's not science.
in other words, and this is quite important, she took the radical position that she wanted to examine the scientific facts before drawing conclusions. I would hope that that is the very least we could expect from any public health official in the United States.
That's literally what the CDC does, guys. They do their own studies, like the CDC studies that came out constantly talking about the vaccines, that SARS-CoV-2 vaccines, the epidemiological data that was pushed, and like they were pushing stuff constantly out during the pandemic. So it's wild.
And number 2, reason
Exactly,
why she
Michelle
was
B.
fired,
I agree.
she refused to get rid of career scientists for doing their jobs, including Dr. Howry, who was then the chief medical officer at the CDC. Bottom line, Dr. Menares stood up for science, for public health, and for the scientific method.
True.
Frankly, she stood up for protecting the well-being of the American people,
That's us, guys.
and for that reason, she was fired. But, Mr. Chairman, let us be clear. This hearing is not just about
Dr.
determining why Dr. Menares was fired and why Dr. Howry and other scientists at the CDC resigned. The issue is deeper than that. It is about Secretary Kennedy's dangerous war on science, public health, and the truth itself. Unacceptably, we now have an HHS secretary who does not believe in established science, and who listens to conspiracy theorists and ideologues rather than doctors and medical professionals. It is absurd to have to say this in the year 2025, but vaccines are safe and effective.
Hey, that's what I say.
That, of
That's
course,
me.
is not just my view.
That's me.
Far more importantly, it is the overwhelming consensus of the medical and scientific communities. It's not what we believe. It's what the scientific and medical communities believe.
It's true.
The American Academy of Pediatrics, the country's largest professional association of pediatricians, representing over 67,000 doctors. Those are the doctors we take our kids to. What do they say?
Exactly.
They say that one of the greatest public health achievements is the vaccine, which prevents tens of thousands of deaths and millions of cases of disease. That's our pediatricians. The American Medical Association, representing over 270,000 doctors, they say that vaccines are the best tool to protect the public health against illnesses and their potentially serious
They're medicine, guys. Vaccines are medicine.
complications. World Health Organization, virtually every medical organization, every scientific organizations, the people who we trust tell us that vaccines are safe and effective. Mr.
Oh, it's crazy, guys. It's crazy. All right. Well, we can try. I was trying to look for like a super cut. There was one. There was one like key moments, and it was an hour long. I was like, yikes. We can try that though. I don't know the actual vaccine panel met today, and I can see. Let's see. Key moments. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Okay. Okay. I wanted to see real quick. So we had long
Please,
COVID
Dr. Menard.
researcher Hurry's opening statement. Okay. This has chapters. This is good. Okay. Also, okay, I got this. Also, guys, okay, this is a long COVID clinic. So basically, long COVID is from an infection of SARS-CoV-2 that leads into COVID-19, and long COVID is the neurodegenerative disease that is associated with a COVID infection. And one of the people, the researchers, one of the best people in the world is Iwasaki. She is a researcher from Yale, and she gave. I was watching her. Here she is. Got her. Okay, so let's listen to what she has to say about the long COVID roundtable here.
As private companies to get involved in protective exposure was a huge
existing process. Maybe
God.
Here we go.
I think we still have 2 more people. I'm Akiko Iwasaki, professor of immunobiology at Yale University School of Medicine. And I'm also director of the Yale Center for Infection and Immunity.
Yeah.
We started the center 2 years ago to tackle chronic diseases that happen after an acute infection like SARS-CoV-2. We also realized that many other pathogens can cause similar outcomes, which we're calling post-acute infection syndromes, from Lyme disease, Epstein-Barr virus, and multiple other causes. What we're understanding from long COVID research is very precious because it informs immune dysregulation for other types of post-acute infection syndromes.
We'll try this, guys.
What is happening, seems to be, is that there is a fundamental inability in some people to clear the virus at the acute phase, which then leads to persistence of the virus or the viral antigen or the RNA, that then leads to things like herpes virus reactivation, Epstein-Barr virus.
Whoa, what is this?
As well as induction of
think?
autoimmunity, autoantibodies that we can
There. What do you guys think? Good? What do you guys think? Can you guys see it?
detect in about 20 to 25% of people.
Okay, cool.
And also chronic inflammation that's not resolved. So we're seeing these features from multiple studies, and we believe that tackling
cover
these
your
root
forehead
causes
with
of these
it, Ducray. Get out of here. Get out of here, Ducray. I'm the show, dude. I'm the show. Is this what you want to see? Is this what you want to see, Ducray? Is this what you want to see? What do you want? What do you want from me, Ducray? What do you want? Get out of here, dude.
disease is going to make the biggest impact in patients' lives because it's not just a symptomatic treatment, but getting at the root cause and getting rid of the cause of disease. So for instance, for viral persistence, we can deploy things like antivirals, monoclonal antibodies. We also heard about Invivid, which makes Pemgarda, and they have a next generation monoclonal that's even more potent that we can trial in patients with long COVID.
Exactly. 60% of you are 55-year-old women and above that are on TikTok, which is only, by the way, 4% of the TikTok population. And yet somehow our population ends the stream. 60% of you are females over 55. I don't know how that is. I've got the entire population of y'all watching, apparently. I don't know why. I had to. My wife I has to watch the stream in order. She has to watch us now. I showed her those stats, and she hops and she's at work, guys. She's at work, and she has to like monitor you guys. It's wild. It's wild.
And for people who unfortunately already developed autoimmune diseases, there are many, many amazing drugs in the space of autoimmunity that we can retool and repurpose and to do a randomized clinical trial. And for herpes virus reactivation, we really need to develop better drugs and vaccines against these herpes viruses. For instance, investment into antivirals is key for preventing future pandemics and future occurrence of these post-acute infectious syndrome.
It's like Paxlovid and all these other things. They're like, they're specific, guys. They're good. They're antivirals. Okay, so we dump on ivermectin because it hasn't been shown to work, but like there are antiviral treatments that are effective against COVID-19. I mean, Paxlovid and stuff like that, right? We're not totally against antivirals, right? As a scientific community, right? But we're just saying that ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, those aren't ones that are effective for COVID-19, but there are some that can be. Paxlovid was one of them. And oh my God. Oh, no, never mind. It's tell you that live chat didn't appear on your screen in the last 2 minutes. Okay, it's all right, dude. Okay. All right, here we go.
As well as developing better innate immune agonist, which allows your host cells to remove.
Yeah, exactly. You can have antivirals for chickenpox, I guess. Can you? Maybe. Okay, nice. Antivirals with shingles, yeah.
These pathogens on their own. Again, also using immunotherapeutics to remove the persistent virus, and whether it be SARS-CoV-2 or Epstein-Barr virus. We also, I believe that more support in basic research is needed. So from the NIH, we need to really look at root causes in a more rigorous fashion.
I love it. She's using all the root. She's like, she knows her audience so well, dude. She's like the only legit scientist like on here thing. I think Redford or something is on there. He's like the old, he's linked somewhere in the scientific community. I forget, but like she's using the root cause thing, which is like what all the RFKs in the world, they constantly, that's a huge red flag, guys. If you're talking to someone and they're constantly talking, yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you, Dad Journal. They're talking about what's the root cause, like, and they're constantly talking about that stuff, and they're not like legitimately talking about a mechanism. They're just talking about like you're eating food dye. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a big red flag.
Much larger cohort of studies. In addition to doing randomized clinical trials and trying to do deep immune phenotyping so that we can identify people who benefit from a particular medication and who don't. So we won't be wasting people's resources and time and energy into giving a wrong treatment for patients.
Yeah, long COVID is so different for so many different people. It triggers so many different things. It's a neurodevelopmental disorder. So you have a lot of different ways that can actually impact it. So she's saying, how do we know? We got to make sure that we develop the right treatments for the right people and we use the right thing for the right people. Yeah, solar flare, exactly. So you can't, with the placebo, you can't give 10 people a placebo and 10 people a vaccine and then expose them to a virus. That's unethical, right? That you can't do that. But where you do that is you expose cells or mice or something with the vaccine, and then you create the antibodies and you look for the antibodies, the serology in their blood as a reference when they're exposed to these things. So that is the model. But you would never go to any type of human and purposely infect them with something that could have a long-term impact.
Just as an example, if somebody has an autoimmunity, you don't want to be giving that person antivirals. It may not be relevant, and vice versa. So understanding what they have and what the root causes are important, and biomarkers, many of us already talked about this, but having a validated biomarker to identify people who have persistent virus antigen versus people who have autoantibody versus people who have chronic inflammation will go a really long way to doing a targeted randomized clinical trial. And for engaging, industry, academia, and regulatory agencies all together to expedite this process, because as many of us already said, we really needed this randomized clinical trial yesterday. So I agree with it. And I'm here to serve.
See, that's what they were
VOEs.
talking about. They were talking about that randomized. That's a big aspect of it. They think that these vaccines have to have all these things have random trials on everything, and it's good, but like for some of them, you don't have a positive control. You don't have a negative control sometimes.
Source for this group.
Jay, do you want to respond?
What a legend. Iwasaki, guys. Great researcher. Iwasaki. Great researcher, guys. One of the best that's looking into the mechanisms of long COVID, trying to understand what's actually happening. One of the best in the United States. A lab to follow. Absolutely. All right. Here's some key moments. We're going back to the CDC director.
Dr. Menarez, I just entered into the record the op-ed from the secretary and your report, and both of those suggest that you and Secretary Kennedy were actually pretty aligned upon CDC priorities. How many times did you meet with the secretary in your 29 days? Be brief, I've got 5 minutes. Are you on?
Yes, can you hear me? I met with him twice. When he swore me in, he was in the room, he swore me in. And then I met him again on August 11th when he came down to tour the buildings that had been under the gunfire. And we chatted.
Oh, nice, Juliana. Good. Yeah. The Northeast is an incredible science community. I mean, you have the Broad Institute, Harvard, MIT, Yale. It's incredible up there. Really good.
Briefly.
And then you met the 25th as well.
And then the 25th. That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And how many meetings were around the period of the 25th?
We had 3 distinct meetings that day.
Okay. And what did he tell you to do?
In the first meeting.
Yeah.
Briefly. In the first meeting.
Oh, no, dude. Yeah. Bacharya, no, of course not. He's crazy. Yeah. He's one of the bad ones, unfortunately. So, yeah.
He asked me to commit to firing science.
He's the one that drafted the Great Barrington Declaration that was completely antithetical to public health science and just wanted to let it rip. He wanted more than 1.2 million Americans to die, and he was okay with that, and he didn't think that we should have any lockdowns. We should only have the vaccines to the most vulnerable populations. So we would have had way less vaccine rates. And he caused a lot of harm in the United States. The boosters will help you not get long COVID. Yeah, night flare. Exactly. So they will have an impact. Yep.
Scientists or resign. He asked me to pre-commit.
I do think it's eugenics, genuinely. If you don't protect people with a certain genetic makeup and you expose them to a disease that kills them preferentially, that is eugenics. You're culling the population that don't have a specific genetic mutation. That's crazy to me. And if you're exposing people above 60 years old to a disease that can wipe them out, that is absolute eugenics, in my opinion. Real quick, guys. Sorry, it's 2 hours. I got to do this every hour, or Craig gets mad at me every time. Oh, I want to do this thing too. Hello. Hello down there. Hello. Thank you to all the gifters. Thanks to the last super fan, Abe Froman. Thank you so much. The top gifter, Kathleen, Cousin Blue, Ducre, Ado, Rapture, Nightflyer, Uncle Hippie, Helen, Melanie's Truth. Thank you so much. It's actually flat. It's actually just flat over here. Just all the, thank you all to the likers. Nightflyer, Rapture, Light is Light, 123. The real light is light. The actual light is light. Cindy Rose, Melanie Truth, Ado, Dr. Rowe, Ducre. Thank you guys so much. Check out the link tree for my Discord, super chats, publications, my YouTube, which has all my fun highlights. Check it out, guys. And if you've been vaccinated, let me know so we can celebrate you. All right? Now back to the show. Oh, wow. Good, Lauren. See, yeah, we got pregnant during the pandemic, and we were getting a ton of vaccines at the same time. They're safe. They're effective. All good to get vaccinated while you're pregnant. It's all good. Oh, you actually got the run at the same time, or you got it without the vaccines? It's a conspiracy. Guys, the light is light conspiracy grows. We don't know. We don't know who that is. Who are you? Light is light. Light is light. 1, 2, 3. Who are you? We don't know who you are. I know that sounds awful, Lauren. Oh, they're not Ducre. We don't know who she is or who they are. Well, Dr. G. So one has this. Well, I mean, if you think about it, an electron can spin one way or it can spin the other way. So it really is. It's basically the anti-spin. Light is light. You know. So you gotta think about it quantumly, quantum entanglement, and just saying. The husband, my God. She's resonating on duels. Dude, Emma Smiley, get your booster, come back here. We're going to celebrate you.
To signing off on each and one of the forthcoming ACIP recommendations, regardless of whether or not there was scientific evidence.
And what were those recommendations? Did you have a foreshadowing of what they would be?
I did not. We did not get into any substance about what those...
He wanted you to approve them.
He just wanted blanket approval.
Okay.
And if I could not commit to approval of each and every one of the recommendations that would be forthcoming, I needed to resign. I did not resign, and that is when he told me he had already spoken to the White House about having me removed.
Wild, guys. Absolutely insane that... Why are you talking to the HHS with the White House about anything? Just insane. Yeah, Truth Eternal. What's up, dude? He's back.
Did he ever communicate he was going to change the childhood vaccination schedule?
Not until that very day, in that morning meeting.
Light is life. How many people did you tell about the blue light clothes cleaning paper? How many times have you talked about that? How many times?
He said that the childhood vaccine schedule would be changing starting in September, and I needed to be on board with it.
Did he ever suggest that he was speaking for the president?
In that morning meeting, he did say that he had spoken to the president. He spoke to the president every day about changing the childhood vaccine schedule.
Okay. Did Secretary...
No, we won't. Nightflyer will go through that one.
Kennedy ask you to speak to anybody outside of HHS?
He did. In the second meeting that day, he indicated that one of his colleagues or collaborators...
My back? What's on my back, Truth? What's on my back? What are you talking about? You want to see my back? Is that what you're talking about? My back. My back. My back. What's your back? Is that what you were saying? You wanted to look at my back? Is that what it is? Oh, here it is. What's up, Lies Immortal?
That was
How's it
actually
going,
quite
dude?
funny. That actually made me burst out laughing out loud.
Oh, thanks, dude. I appreciate it.
Yeah, but I mean, you're showing up on my feed, man. I'm just doing the rounds.
Nice. Cool.
Going from TikToker to TikToker and airing my grievances on each one, which you guys like to bait. I don't know how, as part of your formula, you got to bait people into just spewing totally backwards, factually false.
I was backwards for the last 2 minutes. I was backwards, totally backwards. Did you get any? Did you ever get any of those studies about all the vaccine injuries that you said? Do you believe in RFK that when he says that more people died from the vaccine than the than COVID-19?
Yeah, I believe that 100%.
Okay. So do you have like a study or any proof of that whatsoever?
Yeah, we used to have groups on Facebook called Died Suddenly, with literally thousands and thousands of people who would come in there and write all of their stories of their loved ones suddenly passing away.
So how do you prove
the thing?
How do you prove that someone that's died
Facebook deleted all of those groups?
That you would have tons more evidence of just in a Facebook group like message, bro. I mean, that's no evidence whatsoever.
See, there's your problem. For some reason, you have such a cognitive dissonance so bad that real people in front of you with faces and photos and families and profiles who are there posting paragraphs of horror stories about how C-19 affected their life, whether it was lockdowns or quarantines or masks or other bullshit or canceling flights, canceling school, canceling work, canceling everything.
No, watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Did 1.2 million people die of COVID?
Who knows? I don't care. Whatever numbers, everything they gave out was fake. They're cases.
Oh, they're fake now. They're exactly. Exactly. So whatever. So the ones that we actually have, we have data. We have bodies linked to. We have bodies linked to the thing. We can actually corroborate actual people, and we know that they died of pneumonia during a COVID-19 pandemic, and we can link that's fake, and that's all anecdotal evidence. But your Facebook groups,
all the TikTok dancing nurses.
Okay, so then I think that yours is fake.
All the TikTok.
I think yours is fake.
Parading around, making ridiculous
What's
videos.
That? How is that? How does that have anything to do with the 1.2 million people that died?
Because you're just throwing out numbers.
No,
I don't believe any numbers from anybody.
No, it's not.
I believe what I see with my own eyes.
Okay.
Anybody can make up some quacky numbers.
No,
to try and get you to believe
they're not quacky numbers, dude.
What's in front of your own face?
No.
No, you're a boogeyman.
How would we know?
The boogeyman.
How would we know? How would we know if someone died from a COVID-19? What do you think?
Well, for me, I believe people with faces and names and profiles and families who are willing to take the time to write detailed stories which couldn't be made up about how they were treated and how their other loved ones were treated.
How do you know that they died from the vaccine, though?
Before they took the vax, and what happened to them after they took the vax.
How do you know if they died from the vaccine, though? How do you know specifically?
Because we're not stupid.
How do you know that they died from the vaccine specifically? How did they die from the vaccine?
So you just try and, that's why people resent you, is because you try to gaslight them.
I'm not gaslighting. I'm trying to say, how do you know that they died? I'm asking you.
See, that's what you're doing. You're gaslighting.
I'm not gaslighting at all. I'm wondering, how did you know?
And trying to make them think the antithesis to their experience. So that's why people resent you.
I'm asking.
And that's why you're a quack.
Okay.
And people are sick and tired of you. And people are willing enough to come up here and tell you the truth. You can brainwash your slew of morons up here on TikTok.
We're called a
who
cult.
Just,
It's a cult. We're a vaccine cult.
Yeah, it's not just
it.
you. I just
Yeah.
swipe out of you, and it's just some other Trump deranged weirdo, putting out stupid propaganda messages.
I think you have science derangement syndrome.
Yeah, right. No, I got studies here. The Henry Ford study
that's not a study.
Discussed last time.
That's not a study.
453%
That's not a study.
More
No, that's not a study.
Developmental disorders.
That's not a study.
That's because a vaxxed versus unvaxxed study.
That's not a study.
A real
it's
study,
just, dude, it's a PDF that someone uploaded to some file. It's not a study. Like, again, like I've.
That's
That's not what it is.
Here comes the gaslighting.
That's not a gaslighting. That's an action. That's not a study. It's just a PDF file, bro. That's not what a study is.
You can try and talk
What's
it
a
away
study?
all you want, but it's a vax versus unvax study is what it is.
No, it's not.
That came out with 329% more asthma.
They just made
200% more.
It's not peer reviewed.
So 496%.
But that's why. Guess
disease.
what, dude? That's why you have to get it peer reviewed. You have to get it published in a journal.
Yeah.
And you don't.
No.
Okay, so this is
what, bro?
this is what you actually see.
Bus,
this is what you actually see. So can you see this on the screen? Do you see what this is?
No, I'm only telling you this because you like the
can
numbers.
Can you see
like
what? Do you? Are you okay?
People anyway.
Can you see this?
No, I don't.
You don't believe this.
Studies. I believe.
You don't.
People.
Okay, so then you don't care about studies. Then why were you
science.
linking that study? What are you talking about?
Because for quacks like you want something down on paper.
Yeah, because I'm a scientist. Yeah, I want a scientist. So okay, so again, so here's the weekly death numbers. Here's the weekly death numbers. Okay, and here's what we were getting between 2018, 2019. So this is what we were expecting. This smooth one on the bottom, and then these huge spikes were deaths that we saw. Really high cases that were higher than our expected death count. So what was your hypothesis for why so many people were dying in these years right here? What would you expect that? What would you say?
It really doesn't mean anything to me. Because
why would these people die? Why would these people die?
No, that's all I see blips on a screen.
Yeah, exactly. One death's a tragedy, and 1.2 million is a statistic, and you don't care about American lives, and you're anti-American. Exactly. So you are not patriotic, and you don't care when Americans die, which is disgusting to me.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, you're anti-American.
Now
you think 1.2 million people dying is a joke to you. And it's disgusting. So as a patriot, I think it's disgusting what you do.
You guys, just like 6 million they said happened over in the 1940s.
Oh, dude, you're an idiot.
Yeah,
you're an absolute idiot, dude. Oh my God. Okay. Well, there you go, guys. That's where it comes. That's exactly where it comes. So that's what it is. See what happens when you go down these conspiracy rabbit holes where you just can't think for yourself. You believe in any conspiracy. Any type of stat you don't like becomes a conspiracy. He's a Holocaust denier. Doesn't care that 1.2 million people died here. So I don't ban for much, guys. But yeah, that's a ban. You know what I mean? That is 100% a ban. That's just disgusting, and it just goes to show you, man. This is what the problem is with these people, man. I will debate and talk to people I don't agree with. I don't ban for disagreeing with me. But the idea that we can like sit here and you can just spew that these millions of people died, that's not a good faith conversation. People aren't learning anything from that when they talk about that. It's Yeah. That's wild, dude. That's so disgusting. Hey, bud. What's up, man?
How you doing?
Good.
I was actually just trying to get in with the other guy because my household was like a poster child to get the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 of us live there. My father, my brother, and I. My father had end-stage COPD.
Mm-hmm.
It hit the Delta variant hit our household in 2021, and my father and I were vaccinated. My brother was not.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to, quote, wait and see what the vaccine did because he fell into that whole realm of it's too new of a vaccine type thing.
Yeah.
So, long story short, my father and I were better in 1 week. My father with COPD in like late
Wow.
stages. I mean, he died a year later. But my brother wasn't so fortunate. He wound up on life support for a couple weeks and then had to learn to walk again and everything. I mean, he was in
Wow.
rehab for a month and came home and continued his at-home care to learn to walk again because he
Wow.
didn't get the vaccine.
I'm sorry.
It's really sad, especially when you got people advocating against something that really doesn't affect them either way if someone else decides they want to get the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
And it really bothers the shit out of me that people would discourage that. If
Yeah.
they say they care about somebody, why wouldn't you want them to have every opportunity to be healthy?
Yeah.
If you know what I mean,
Exactly.
if
Just
they
real
feel
quick.
like they're gonna do something good by getting it, then freaking let them get the vaccine. That guy was an ass.
Absolutely. Angie,
And I
so
appreciate what you do every
oh,
night on here. Like I listen
thank
in
you,
when I
bud.
can to,
Thank you.
to you educating these people because it seems like somewhere along the line, our health became a political issue. It's not a freaking political thing. This is our
Mm-hmm.
health.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's all I really had to say. But my household is proof that the vaccine works. My father, by all dynamics, should have been the one that got incredibly sick.
Yeah.
I mean, we did find out later my brother had cirrhosis of the liver. NASH cirrhosis is non-alcoholic.
Mm-hmm.
Had no idea. He found out because COVID hit him so hard.
Okay. Yeah.
But my father, without the vaccine, would have probably died of
Died.
a
Yeah.
result of it. But all we lost was our sense of taste for a week, pretty
Mm.
much. That was it.
Yeah.
And it
Dang.
really it rocked my brother's world, though.
Dang. I'm so sorry.
So
It's I mean, a lot of people, the people that were unvaccinated died at 10 times the rate that vaccinated people did. And it's just wild. I mean, the ways that people were misinformed and it cost them their lives. 300,000 people in the United States died because they didn't get the vaccine. Vaccine hesitancy cost the lives of 300,000 people. 1.2 million people died from COVID-19. And these people are victims, you know, they're victims of it. And it's
it's
sad.
insanity to me that anyone would just. I mean, if you don't want to get it, don't.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, we're in a time where kids ain't gonna need to be vaccinated of the measles and other things to go to school. We
Yep.
all had to go through that. And you know what? We're healthier because of it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's just so disheartening what's going on in this country right now. It really is. But
Yeah, no, I agree. It's something, our herd immunity was something that we invested in as a society and as a culture. And, 5 million people every year are saved from vaccines, 4 million of which are children. So it's a huge thing to have people not dying in mass amounts. Going to a large gathering Like going to like a concert with 100,000 people, not having to worry about getting measles, not having to worry about communicable diseases. I mean, if you think one but was bad, one SARS-CoV-2 was bad, then just imagine 30 different diseases running rampant in your communities, having outbreaks where you have to shut down the schools, guys, just like we did with SARS-CoV-2. You have to shut down the schools in the city if measles is going through your city. You have to. So it's going to happen way more prevalent.
Absolutely. I wonder how many children are going to have to lose their lives before they say it was a bad idea to take that vaccine away.
Two have already died in Texas. As an old lady, I got the COVID. Oh, yesterday. Oh, awesome. Histia Gwen. Guess, dude, thank you so much. That's 3 right here. Well, bud, you get to be here for a vaccine party. Welcome. All right, so we're up to 220 now, guys. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Nice.
Good job.
Thank you so much. 3 vaccines. Thank you so much. We love people who get vaccinated in this community. We celebrate you. We love you. Every single shot, every single time, every single vaccine. Oh, Belly Bean, we got 2 more. Are you serious? 2, 2, 2. This is beautiful. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Thank you. I love it, guys. Michelle, did you get vaccinated this week? Did you get vaccinated this week? Angie, I sent Angie a request to come up in the box, and she's a coward, so she can sit and chat all she wants. Yeah, exactly, Nightflyer. People, they are covering these politicians refuse to answer questions about people that are dying from measles in Texas. Texas politicians are avoiding questions when these reporters go and ask them. You got to ask yourself why. Why is that?
I heard somewhere it's going to be harder to get the vaccine with all that's going on with basically RFK.
It is.
Less people don't carry it or whatever.
They're not exactly. The pharmacies aren't going to have it because it's not going to be recommended. Angie, you're not. If I'm a phony, then let's have a discussion and you can come up here. I'm not going to sit here and you can chat and stay behind your keyboard the entire time. This is your opportunity to actually ask a scientist if you want to have that discussion. But if not, then you don't know what you're talking about. So that's what that is.
Yeah, come up in the box. He'll educate you.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, but
if you want, you can drop me down. I just wanted to put my 2 cents because my family is proof that vaccine works. Get your vaccines, people.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I always see you in chat. And I appreciate you, bud. Thank you for sharing your story.
If you could just drop me down because I am mobile.
No problem. All right. Have a good one. See you, bud.
Thank you. Yep.
All right. Thank you, bud. It never worked. Apparently it did. Thank you so much, bud. Friend of the stream. I don't know. Maybe Keely's Journey. Achilles Journey. Welcome. How's it going?
Good. Just Achilles. It's like my journey on TikTok, and my name is Achilles. So
gotcha. Cool.
I don't even know what this is. I just heard you talking about vaccines. I had a question for you.
Sure.
We can say the word here, and you can say the word. It's like a taboo.
Oh yeah, COVID-19. Yeah, you can say it.
Okay. I'm afraid I'm going to ruin someone's life if I don't say the jab or something.
No, we're a science stream, so we talk about SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19, vaccines, everything. Yeah.
Yeah. My feeling is many vaccines are good, many were not. I'm not a scientist, I'm not a doctor, and I just go on logic and what I've seen in my life. So I think many vaccines are good for people. The most recent one, the COVID, I was not interested in because I've never been sick. I don't get colds. So for me, I wasn't really worried about it. Didn't want to take the chance. But aside from that, aside from what I think of the COVID, which, there were too many secrets around it, I felt, But for what age would you guess, in your opinion, is unnecessary? Under 10, under 8, or how far down in age for the COVID-19 shot?
No, it's good. So SARS-CoV-2 is the infection and COVID-19 is the disease. So a lot of people that can get infected with SARS-CoV-2 might not have the COVID-19 symptoms. So through the pandemic, like 183 kids under 18 died. So it is a smaller amount, but they can have lifelong debilitating diseases that are associated with long COVID. So kids
Even
after
losing sense of taste, is losing sense of taste and smell one of them? I've heard that.
yeah, chronic fatigue syndrome, all that kind of stuff,
Right.
and genetic disorders too. So it could be genetic disorders that they were born with that they didn't know that they had, and you
Right.
can have people triggered themselves and their classmates, and then on top of that, they could bring it home. That could actually hurt people that they live with. So it's over. The American Academy of Pediatricians recommends it 6 months and older, and I do too. So yeah, I would follow them.
I don't know much about the academy you just mentioned. What I do know is my faith in the FDA has been shaken quite a bit, just with Fauci and all that. Just, I have issues with Fauci and the FDA. But when you mentioned that other group, that's good to hear. There's another group separate from it's not the FDA, the big government agency that gives their opinion. Oh, the WHO? I guess it's the WHO.
The WHO is not, that's the World Health Organization. That's not a U.S. government association, but the AMA, the AAP all recommend for kids above 6 months. And the CDC, it does do a lot of the testing to make sure that they're safe and effective.
That's what I was talking about, CDC,
yeah. So that's the ones that did do all the stage testing. And just to let you know that the vaccines did go through all the same testing that all the other vaccines have gone through. So they went through all 4 stages. It was an incredible thing that Trump did accomplish, and Operation Warp Speed was a huge success, and we should be patriotic and proud of our scientists and our scientific community that we were able to do it.
Yeah, just the WHO, the CDC, I don't know much about, but the WHO, this what I've heard so much, my faith was shaken in them quite a bit. So I'd like to hear that other groups would maybe back it. I'm still not going to, I won't, and maybe I'm being selfish, just I don't want to risk anything because I'm healthy as is, but maybe I'm putting other people at risk. I don't know.
And yourself too. Yeah. I mean, so people that don't have any health complications before that, you can get SARS-CoV-2 and it can trigger long COVID symptoms. So, I mean, we have people that come in, their moms, and they had a 18-year-old son completely healthy, and then they got long COVID, and now they have vertigo constantly. They're losing their hearing. Their partner lost their taste permanently. They can have serious health conversations. So it's just you just get when you get your flu booster, you get your COVID at the same time, and it's just you do that every year, and it's the way to go because SARS-CoV-2 is still in a pandemic. Even just like HIV is still technically in a pandemic, SARS-CoV-2 is as well.
One last one I could throw at you, if I can. What as far as the adverse effects, were they abnormally high compared to other vaccines that are common?
No. So they're about 1 in a million. It's super rare, and the adverse effects that did happen, the myocarditis that were associated with them. Basically, if you got COVID-19, it was 580% more likely to happen with COVID-19. So a lot of the adverse effects of the vaccines, it would be way, 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 way worse if you actually got infected with the virus itself, because the virus itself is going to have a bigger viral load. There's going to be more RNA. There's going to be more spike proteins versus the vaccine, which is a really small amount of RNA and a really small amount of spike proteins.
Okay, is this stuff about pilots kind of rumor? The things you hear about pilots and kind of a bit of a rumor, or have you not heard those things?
I haven't heard. What's the?
I heard, and this isn't backed up, so I maybe shouldn't spread it. But I've heard it from pilots that there's a certain amount of heart. They test your heart and they test your health to be a pilot. And after many pilots were told they had to get it, they had to get it because they're around a lot of people in a little metal tube, right? So they're all pushed together. So they had to get the vaccine, and then many of them. Because some of them allegedly had certain effects take place, and their heart rhythm or something to the effect was a little different. So they changed the acceptable level of heart rhythm something for pilots because so many of them had shown an adverse effect, and they had to do that to keep the pilots flying. That is rumor flying around, but I've heard it so many times. But then again, you can hear many things that are false many times. It doesn't mean it's true. But I just heard a lot about pilots, and
so just checked it out. It's just that after the 48-hour observation period about any vaccine, it's not just like So that's the period that how a vaccine works is basically a vaccine is going to deliver a piece of DNA and RNA if that's the type of vaccine it is, and basically it's going to create little proteins that are from that are similar to the virus. So what your body goes through is very similar to a small viral infection. So your body is going to be able to be trained in that period of time in order to make antibodies that will impact future viral infections. That's what a vaccine is. So you're training your immune system. During the first 48 hours, that's the time that you get the flu-like symptoms or COVID-like symptoms, but you don't actually have the flu. You don't actually have COVID, and those are the ones that they're not vaccine side effects. They're effects that happen from the giving a vaccine, which is what a vaccine is. So it's not anything specifically done. I'm looking at the FAA website right now. So yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you much for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime. Any other questions that you have about science and stuff, you're welcome here to ask.
You got it. Have a great night.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Angie, you're just a coward that's just hiding around your keyboard, and you just refuse to engage. So that's just what it is, unfortunately. Atoms are the most important unit of our community, and I appreciate all the atoms. Batter Dad Journal, how's it going, man?
Going pretty good, man. So the question I had for you is, do you have any current knowledge about the level of flu? I know back in between 2020 and probably 2023 during the height of the COVID that flu cases were down significantly, especially in Singapore where masking was massive and mandatory. What is our current level of flu within the United States compared to COVID?
That's a good question. Oh man, what was it? Oh man, there was two websites, Covariance, and it was a phylogenetic map of all the different types of outbreaks that were happening for the pandemic. I wish I had it. I don't know. But we actually had one of the flu strains actually go extinct during the pandemic, which is actually interesting, just because the R naught was low enough that during our suggested stay home, we actually did kill off one of the 4 in the flus in the flu vaccine. So it actually is only a trivalent pneumonia. Sheet happens. Let's go. So so we do have a lower amount of genetic diversity in ours, which is cool. But I don't know about the individual mutations or amounts. Let's see. Flu.
I remember attending a science lecture at UCSD on how they try to determine which parts they put in the flu vaccine every year, because it's kind of a little bit of a guess. What are the statistics that will give us a better outcome for this season?
It's by the way, it's nextstrain.org. So nextstrain.org gives you you can actually track the phylogenetic lineages of all of them. So the avian influenza, the H5N1 cattle outbreak, and basically the population genetics allows us to kind of have future prediction models on what nucleic acid sequence should be inside the flu vaccines.
You're a microbiologist, right?
Yeah, microbiology PhD. Yeah, I went to UCSD for my undergrad.
Okay. Yeah, I got my undergrad in cellular molecular biology from UCSD.
Oh, nice, man. Yeah, CMDB is a great program. I kind of went. I did the ecology, behavior, and evolution thing, and I was thinking about transferring to CMD, but it was too late. I fell in love with molecular biology and too late, and I just finished out my degree instead. So
I determined I was with 2 quarters to go. I realized I was in the wrong major, and I should have been computing in the arts, because it was in 90. No, this is 2000, 2001.
Yeah,
and I was really into web development and using the web for education.
Oh,
And I'm
cool.
like, I don't think I really want to like work in a lab pipetting every day.
Dude, have you been to UCSD recently?
I was just in San Diego a few months ago, and we drove by, and I mean, it's just
wild, dude.
It's a metropolis now,
dude.
Like,
Isn't those towers that are going up? Those things are
Yeah.
those skyscrapers, bro. They're just insane. They're like the
My
biggest
dad-
buildings in San Diego.
my dad was a academic administrator at UCSD, but in aerospace and
Oh,
the
cool.
engineering department, and like, yeah, I worked at the San Diego Supercomputer Center out of.
Oh, no way. That's
Yeah.
awesome, man. That is so cool. I think, and then they're doing a lot of cool things with the fission too. So it's like,
Oh, are they?
they have like a nuclear fission program too. It's like UCSD, man. They're doing some incredible things. I'm so proud.
Yeah, I did for a time. I was with UCSD as an employee, and I worked at the Center for Theoretical Biological Physics.
Oh, nice, man.
Most of those guys are at Rice now, but yeah, it's they do so much incredible stuff.
Yeah, dude.
And that's why I kind of like fight against the flat earthers. That's why I know light is life or whatever. She's made the rounds.
I've heard she's stumped some professors, so we know that she's legit. Apparently.
Yeah, right. Anyway, I just wanted to
Thanks,
pop
man.
up to ask about flu, and it's just I know it was a thing back in the day.
Phylogenetics, man, it's really cool, man. It really is. It is exactly what you're talking about. We're using data science and computers meets like the real world, and it's really cool. It's really fun stuff.
You know, was there any part of like COVID for protein folding now that they applied all of the sequences through AI? We know all the protein folding structures. Like, did they get any advances?
It's ill. I mean, I had seen some about the ACE2, like the ACE2 or that protein and the furin cleavage site on the vaccine and making and testing the binding affinity. So that is one. But yeah, I think that it's a real world kind of like modeling scenario with what kind of mutations are going to evade the different mutations that you see in the phylogenetics in the population of the viral mutations to see how our vaccine is going to be efficient. So there are like kind of like future modelings of seeing, checking that out. But at the same time, like your body has this thing called somatic hypermutations where if there's a couple of nucleotides off, it'll actually still create those different ones in our bank, in our antibodies. It'll because our immune system evolved in a world where viruses are already mutating. So SNPs or single nucleotide changes, your body is ready for that. It's these huge genome recombinations that happen with the pandemic, which is pan worldwide, right? Versus epidemic, which is local. Pandemic has viral genome recombinations that are changing a lot of things around. So it's harder for us to kind of like match and see how that, ACE2 and the furin cleavage site are going to match up with those different mutations. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Nice, man. Well, nice to see Triton alum in here. I love it. So thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one, man. All right. Von Kiss. Von Kiss, welcome. How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Good.
Good, man. So, yeah, man, I don't know a lot about, I don't know a lot about the scientific stuff behind, what it is that you do and, vaccines and all that. I just, I'm assuming you're a doctor, obviously. So I wanted to ask you a question. Like, what's your opinion about like, the guys like the Gary Breckers of the world and people like that? You know what I mean? Like, what are your thoughts and takes on people like that, and like the gene testing and all that type of stuff and the belief, towards a holistic way of moving, do you believe that in this world it's can be a combination of both, or you just feel like it's just a one way to
I hadn't heard about him, but it seems like he has the ultimate human. So he's probably doing some type of like genetic testing to see like what. I mean, to be honest with you, dude, his age and his physique and his delts and his, I can already tell you that he's on TRT. So I can already tell you, fuel your mitochondria, balance your hormones, and sync your circadian rhythm. I mean, the dude's on TRT, and he's selling people like a vitamin, and it's like, TRT is the thing that's like doing all that work, man. Like I can tell you right now, like his age and his muscle composition, like there's no way it's going to be like TRT's doing 95% of the work, and he's like sleeping and doing that kind of stuff, which is the other like part of it. But I'm telling you, it's not his vitamins that are actually keeping his muscle mass there and stuff like that. But he sells it like that, and that's the problem. Is how much is it? I'm saying $100 a month. That these guys are always like $100 a month for this stuff. Let's see how much it is. Okay, so yeah, he has his own biohacking tools. God, I hate being right all the time. $97 a month, guys. $97 a month, $1,000 a year, where he gives you private podcast segments, exclusive access to challenges you can do, recommendations, biohacking products. Yeah, it's always that.
Do you see the test that they sell where it's like $4.99 and there's supposedly I guess that they test the 4 genes and then they give you a huge like readout? I mean, I guess what I'm asking you is what do you believe about tests like that? I mean, do you think that there's there's real stuff behind it or no?
Yeah, man. I mean, for sure, like your genetics are going to have a big impact on it, right? But like having your blood work done, I'm over 30, and I'm a guy, so I would be getting your blood work done anyway. So it does make a big difference. I'm on TRT personally. It made a big difference in my life, and it completely transformed, what I can do and my energy levels. And I do jujitsu and like my recovery and stuff. It's been incredible. So yeah, like I'm a huge advocate of that, but I'm also not charging people, like if it's low, I had like 200, and healthy levels are way above that. And so it was a huge thing for me. But I'm also past kids. I have a vasectomy, so it's like I'm not in that childbearing years anymore, so it doesn't make any difference to me. So yeah, doing that is healthy. Genetic biomarkers, they're going to have an impact, obviously, yeah. But your blood work is kind of like seeing how it actually happens. That's like where the proof hits it, So, but a lot of it, the gene tests and all that kind of stuff, try to get the gene screens and all that stuff done through your physician. So ask your physician the same question. Be like, hey, what do you think about this stuff? Can I get genetic testing done so that it's FDA approved?
Yeah.
And it actually is covered by your insurance, right? And then at the same time, be like, hey, I want to get some blood work done, and I want to see, get your testosterone, a full testosterone panel. So that's going to be your free and your testosterone, and then your estrogen too. So you can kind of like see where that is, and then they can, if it's low enough, then they can put you like on a cream, and it could change your life, man. It could, if it's low and you have like low testosterone symptoms, it could absolutely change your life.
Yeah, let me ask you this. So here's the deal. Like, what do you feel about like a lot of this misinformation? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how can because I think that all the misinformation in the world is harming people's health more than it is helping at this point.
Absolutely.
Because so it's what do you feel that you got it in politics, you got it in medicine, you got it in everything, man. So how do you how can people go out there like we just talked about and sell something for $100 a month, or sell something, or sell these products or whatever they're claiming that it does, and get away with that shit? That's, excuse my language, but to get away with, just being a $1 billion business with supplements and all that stuff, and not having any scientific proof or any type of what do they call it when you good Lord, man, I'm tired. Just got off live myself. Like the studies.
Oil. Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
the study.
because what happens is like you could sell someone like a rosemary oil. I joke about that, like a rosemary oil for $30 a month, a lot. And placebo works, man. If you actually, you think that something's going to work for whatever reason, you're like placebo, like it does have an impact on your life. So it's going to last for a little bit. It's not going to have like a long sustaining impact, like, having like well balanced hormones or something like that. But at the beginning, you're going to, sign up for that annual membership, and maybe you don't do the second year because it didn't have that big of an impact. But, the first year, the grifting, it has an impact. The grifters are the people that take advantage of people, in times of need. And they sell people these things and their TikTok shops or this guy's thing. And people, it's validated, right? People, I see he's on Rogan, he's going on the podcast stuff. And the thing is that he's telling people what it boils down to, stuff that does work. It's going to be get your hormones balanced. It's going to be sleeping. So he's going to have some type of sleeping supplement, right? So it's like getting 8 hours of sleep a night. It's going to work. Also, by the way, something that I'm a big proponent of, do you snore?
I mean, sometimes, man, not all the time. No.
Okay, so I'm a snorer. My wife was like, you snore all the time. So I got a CPAP study done, which was easy. Thank you for the gift. Thank you. I got a CPAP thing. It was super easy. I would recommend if sometimes you're snoring, just try it. In the same physician appointment, just talk about it. It's super easy. It's an app on your phone, and then it goes on your finger and then on your chest, and you just see. I was right on that borderline, and I was like, let's just check it out and let's just try it. And I do it, man, and it helps me get a good rejuvenated like sleep every night. So that's another thing. So yeah, getting your hormones balanced, sleeping well, eating, making sure that you're having like protein. I weigh 185, so I get like 200 grams of protein every day. And and I do jujitsu for like my cardio, and then I lift weights 2 or 3 times a week. It doesn't take much, man. It's like it's not like it's easy, and that's what the thing is like a lot of these guys can sell you the same tried and true methods, but they're kind of like life coaching you. They're kind of like putting this all in a packet that you think, okay, this is like legit. He's got something figured out here. But in reality, it all kind of like boils down to the same stuff. And whether or not you're going to pay, liposomal NAD plus supplements that are going to be, another $50 a month. I mean, you got like, I can just tell by a supplement list here. I mean, we're talking like another $100 a month just in supplements. So that by the way, is another thing that when you get your blood work done, when you get the metabolomics done, you can actually see if you need any vitamins. So, throw those in the mix too. So it does have a big impact. All of them
So the bottom
together.
line is you obviously do believe in supplementation. It's just based on what it is that your readings tell you that you need, instead of just going to a one size fits all type deal.
Yeah. Exactly.
That all that stuff that you're seeing there, is supposed to help everybody, when in fact, it's just not the case. Is basically what I'm hearing, understanding. The problem is, man, I ain't gonna lie to you, brother. I'm scared to death of doctors. I always have been. I've always been scared. I'm about your age, probably
38.
Okay, yeah. So I'm a little older than you. I've never been on TRT. I've never done any of that stuff. I'm just scared to death to go to doctors, man. I ain't trying to, all that whole like, man, you got like 6 months to live type stuff, dude, has always been a fear of mine. I ain't gonna lie. So, I know that I got kids, obviously. I'm a father. I'm a creator. This is what I do for a living, man. So I get, a couple hundred people in my live a night or whatever. Just turned live pro last month. So, I think what I'm really trying to do, man, for my platform is like share conversations with people like yourself and other people that, that try to help a lot of the misinformation that people are fed, each and every day, what I mean, that we see in life, that incites hate, whether it be the differences of opinion on medicine, politics, whatever it is. And that's why I like to come in here, and because it's not every day. I mean, people should be blessed that they can actually speak to a doctor in here, and who welcome you up to educate, you know what I mean? Because I just got some education without having to make an appointment. That would cost you money to ask those those questions.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
no, I mean, I think what you're doing is good. I mean, I've seen all the hate, that you get in here. I mean, it's definitely a common thing on this app, but I guess, man, just keep spreading what it is that you're doing and believe, man, and I appreciate the time.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm a microbiologist, PhD scientist. So, I'm a scientist doctor, but but yeah, man, that's just what it is. I think, based off of like my reading and stuff. And I do think that the medical community has been overtaken, unfortunately, by a lot of people that are just trying to make a quick buck, and these algorithms kind of push that. And I get a lot of physicians in my community that are really frustrated because it's just like, all the disinformation, the misinformation, all the grifters coming in, and it hurts. People are trying to have like this natural one size fits all kind of root cause of every disease is your food dyes, or the preservatives in the food, and it doesn't work like that, man. It's a lot more complicated, and that's why you gotta kind of like work with your physician, and honestly, if you don't have that connection with your physician, man, I would find another one. Find someone. So for me, my doctor is it's a sports like physician. So it's like basically all it's in San Diego, and they do sports and family medicine. So there's a bunch of like Olympics guys that go there. There's people that are healthy and they're 60, 70 years old, coming out of there, and healthy weights. And, I go in there and I'm like, I tell him, hey, I do jujitsu, and he totally understands that my physician's actually a wrestler that like wrestled at the college level. So he gets what I'm doing. So, you know what I mean? Like get a physician that's like active, that's like doing stuff, that can actually understand like, hey, this is a guy that's not just like wants some like boilerplate stuff. Like he's trying to like improve the quality of his life, and he wants to be out there doing, active things. And I would just I would change it up. If you don't have that connection, I would change it up.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I think all the misinformation is very dangerous, man. I mean, it's a dangerous, it's a very, very dark, slippery slope that the world's on right now, man.
Agreed.
And a lot of it has to do with these apps that allow it, unfortunately. But
100%.
There's a lot of money behind it, man. You can't, you can't change it. I mean, I literally contacted a congressman's office the other day, trying to really, what my platform is trying to do right now is push making places and apps like this a safer place.
Yeah.
And I think, it's places like this, like I said before, it allows people to incite too much hatred and division in this country with all of the misinformation. And I think that, what I'm trying to bring to the forefront is that, being on these apps, it's not a right. It's a privilege, right? You know what I mean? To be able to get on here, it's a privilege. It's no different than getting in a car and driving it, or going and somebody buying them some beer or whatever they want to do. But, for me to get paid, I mean, this is my job. For me to get paid, I have to apply my ID to my account to get my gifts, to get my payout on Wednesdays. I think it's silly that if people want to be on here, they should go ahead and put their ID up behind their account. They can use a fake name if they'd like to protect their privacy, but it would stop all the hate. You know what I mean? It would stop all the threats, the doxing, all the stuff that goes on this app. Because then people would know where to find you, and it would make people second and guess, what it is they're doing. I mean, it's just an unfortunate situation that we're in, man. But I appreciate your time and answering my questions.
Yeah, man. For sure.
Yeah, man. Good to meet you, man. Have a good night.
Good to meet you too. Have a good one.
Bye, man.
Oh, that's cool, guys. Nice. That was awesome. Appreciate that. Appreciate those questions, guys. Yeah, Nightflyer. I think it's everywhere, man. I think that's the problem, is that it's everywhere. And people are more educated than I think that we give them. And they see their feed everywhere, just one after another of all these stories. And they think, how could 100 stories be wrong, all about the same thing? That, people get wrapped up, and conspiracies are easy ways to explain hard things. And that's how people humans are evolved in order to play those association games, and boom, you get wrapped up. Oh, statistics, man. Well, statistics are a dangerous thing. Actually, this is something that I wanted to bring in. So I'm going to start bringing in. Help me help you guys. Let me see if this actually works. I wanted to start bringing in figures during my debates and stuff. Help me help you. Does this make sense? Can you guys read this? And this is one of the ones, because obviously getting statistics can be very hard to prove. But look at this. So obviously correlation does not equal causation here, right? And this is the whole point of this figure is autism. It can be correlated with a lot of things that isn't caused. So one of the things that I talk about is how autism can be correlated with autism can be correlated with Google Chrome usage. And this is how autism can actually be correlated with organic food sales. Isn't that funny? Obviously it's not, right? Obviously organic food sales isn't causing autism diagnoses, but look at that, guys. Look how much that it's correlated. See? Isn't that hilarious? It's obviously not true, but this is what we're talking about, how correlation does not equal causation, and you can create anything like this. So, what do you guys think? Pretty good? This expected deaths figure is pretty good. I like it like that. There you go. Yeah, exactly, Dan. You like that? Okay, cool. Cool, guys. Cool. I'm trying to hip. I'm hip, guys. I'm cool. I'm with it. You know what I mean? You right, fellow cool kids? Right? We're fellow cool kids. Okay. No, thanks, Overkill. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for the gifts, guys. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you. All right, we're gonna do your time real quick, guys. I appreciate you guys so much. What you guys do, make this thing happen. I appreciate you guys. Our last super fan, the number one way you can support the channel, guys, is a super fan. Thank you so much, Abe Froman. Thank you, Nick, Ducray, Kathleen, Nightflyer, Melanie's Truth, Ado, Uncle Hippie, Authentically Kristen. And thank you so much for 100, 1,000, or 10,000 likes like Melanie's Truth and Nightflyer and Rapture. Light is life, the real one. Real light is life. That's what I should call you. Real light is life. Thank you so much for the 4,000 likes. Where's fake light is life likes? Huh? Where's that? Huh? Ducray, Cindy Rose, Michelle Robertson, Ado. Thank you guys so much. Linktree has the Discord, guys, has the sources, the show notes, all the cool stuff. All that stuff. Thank you guys so much. Did you discuss why they changed the MMR recommendation age? So that's weird. They didn't know what they were voting for. It was very odd. They recommended one part of it, but they didn't. The paying for it. They're giving free MMR vaccines at the 6-month age. It's actually that's lower than 6 months. Okay, fake light is life. All right, whatever. Stay mad. Hey, you know what I mean? Stay unbended light. Okay. Oh, thank you. Nilk? How do you pronounce your name? How should I pronounce your name? Nicole. Thank you, Nicole. Nice to meet you. I'm Greg. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. All right, guys. Okay, fake. Fake light. Fake light. Dude, you're fake like a flashlight. All right, guys. Well, I think we're back. We're back to here. Dude, I feel like the production value, guys. What's going on? The production value is so good in the stream right now. And what? Can I just give it a little? Let's go. Are we pro? Are we professional now? The biology of it. Biology of what? Can we read the Nicolas Cage films? Oh no. Oh man, that's actually hilarious. Jesus, that's Jesus. I'm sorry, I don't understand. A spur. Oh, is that what I dude? There was something. Okay, is that what a spurious tiger? Tyler Vigan. Oh my god, I was someone was someone was linking this and I was like, wait, these are so funny. Spurless correlations. Oh my gosh. Tyler Vigan, is there? Okay. Spurious correlations. Wow. Okay, well here we go. We can do this real quick. That's hilarious. But I wanted to do just vaccines. This is good. He's got some good ones. But I wanted to do like just the vaccines. The bachelor degrees awarded in psychology correlates with the numbers of groundskeepers in Utah. That's good. That's a good one. The popularity of the first name Camden correlates with the UFO sightings in Florida. Does he? Oh man, does he have the p-value? Oh my god, he does. Look at the p-value, guys. 0.01. That's so good. That's so tight. No way. 0.05. Votes for Democratic senators in New Jersey correlates with the searches of Never Gonna Give You Up. Oh my god, 0.01. Annual U.S. household spending on used cars correlates with solar power generated in Grenada. Light is life. Tell me what this means. Tell me what this means. Solar power generated in Grenada. But maybe that's where the light is bending towards Grenada. And that's causing a wormhole effect for the flat Earth with gravity and making people buy used cars. I'm trying. UFO what? UFO sightings in Rhode Island. Dude, the ones that are like, honestly, the 0.05 though, like the p-values of less than 0.05, you're kind of, but when it's 0.01 though, that is so funny. R not 841 too. That's so funny. Rhode Island sightings in versus successful Mount Everest climbs. Oh my gosh. Let's see what the best are. Whoa, look at this R not. 878. Popularity of the first name Corey correlates with the Pepe meme. Whoa, 911. Google searches for why do I have green poop inversely correlates with solar power generated in Bulgaria. Oh my God. Is that is a solar thing. That's why. Hey Renee, how's it going? Welcome in. That's so funny. Dude, it's the R naughts and the P values that are gnarly for me. That's insane, guys. What's the spurious caller? Oh no. Oh, that's so funny. A Ballad of Bailey. A name impact on Cleveland Guardians game attendance. Oh my God, guys. Dude. Oh my God. These are such high R naughts too. Oh no. Oh no. Dude, this is exactly what those guys were talking about. This is exactly what that guy's talking about, where that PDF that's just randomly uploaded to senate.gov. Okay, that's data details. I can't find the N. Oh, it looks like, it's just like 20. Okay. Holy moly, holy moly, holy moly. Yeah, sorry. Okay. All right, guys. That is a great website. I like that a lot. Okay. I like it. Put it in the show notes. Okay. We got some good show notes today. Boom. Make sure you guys are in the Discord. If not, why not? Boom, boom, ba-dum, boom, boom, boom. Next strain, dude. Next strain, covariance. These are just, these are good websites. Next strain, covariance. Covariance is tracking all the genetic changes of the SARS-CoV-2, the phylogenetics of it. Next strain is like a phylogenetics map on the map, on the world globe, and seeing what they are. All right. Back to, I don't know Robert Malone, but he is an actual quack that has no idea what he's talking about. And he's an awful person that is trying to say that he invented the mRNA vaccine, and he has no idea what he's talking about. So he's very bad. Hi. What's up, guys? Welcome in. We are looking at the CDC Director Monarez's Senate hearing. We're learning. We're watching. Welcome in, everyone. I don't know.
Collaborators, I don't know what the relationship is, was coming into town the following week, and he wanted me to meet with that person.
Who was that person?
The person was named Aaron Siri.
Aaron Siri, is he the trial attorney who wanted to get rid of the polio vaccine, allegedly, and President Trump slapped him down and said he couldn't do that? Is that the same Aaron Siri?
I don't know the second part of that, but I do know that there were public reports that he is the individual who had suggested getting rid of the polio vaccine.
Okay.
How would you ever, how could you ever advocate for getting rid of a polio vaccine? Like, how is that? How would you ever? It isn't done. Like, it isn't eradicated like smallpox. We almost got there, guys. But like, exactly, how would you ever say that it would be okay to get rid of that? It is so evil. It is so evil.
Now, Secretary Kennedy told the Finance Committee that he did not ask you to pre-approve, but that you are biased against the new ACIP, and he just asked you to keep an open mind. Did he cite any data or science as relates to the potential ACIP recommendations to persuade you to support them?
Guys, what studies have they done in order, like big pieces of data, big claims require a lot of data. You can't just come in with no new data and just be like, this is what it is now. That's so disgusting. They don't have enough time in order to actually have some new data, new things. But they could, the CDC now with the HHS and Kennedy, they could actually do this stuff, but they haven't done any of the studies to support any of this.
He did not have any data or
Of course
science
not,
to,
guys.
to
Of
point
course
to.
not. He doesn't have any
As a matter of
data.
fact, we got into an exchange where I had suggested that I would be open to changing childhood vaccine schedules if the evidence or science were supportive. And he responded that there was no science or evidence associated with a childhood vaccine schedule. And
I can think of multiple right off the top of my head. Like, and we're not talking about like the CDC. We're not even talking about like the CDC's own studies here. Like, guys, it's important for you to realize all of these things have been studied, and because other countries mirror our vaccine schedule, so they are actually using our vaccine schedule, and then they're testing it. So other countries test our vaccine schedule by themselves. They independently do their own testing to see if we have legit vaccine schedules, and they corroborate their own data. So it's not like we're just on our own figuring stuff out. It's so disgusting, guys.
And he elaborated that CDC had never collected the science or the data to make it available related to the safety and efficacy.
To be clear, he said there was not science or data, but that you still expected you to change the schedule.
Correct.
Okay. Dr. Oury. Dr. Menares has just said the secretary directed her to accept vaccine recommendations without seeing them and for which there is no science. Related to tomorrow's ACIP meeting, who decided what would be on the agenda?
So I don't have great visibility into that. I know the senior advisor and HHS counselor worked with our staff and the designated federal official and proposed items.
Okay.
Yeah, so Duke Cannon, you give it newborn hepatitis C because there's a good chance that if someone didn't actually have the testing done, they didn't do the maternal care, they could be positive, and it makes a big difference for kids. And it's Hep B, by the way, Hep B. Okay, so in the 70s and 80s, we got 16 vaccines. Now we're at 72. What do you think would be? Why is that caused? What do you think? Actually, wait. You know what? I'm sorry. I did this for way too long, and I entertained way too many crazies from chat last night, and like trying to entice you guys to join. And what's so frustrating is that none of you guys do. You guys sit behind these crazy like keyboard warriors, and you refuse to actually engage. And it's so impressive. Yeah, 72. That's another thing. 72 shots maybe, but I think it's like 30 right now. No, it's not, Clayton. No, it's not. It's not. It's because the field of molecular biology got invented. That's why. The entire field of molecular biology got invented, and we figured out how we could actually change genes and DNA sequences together. That's why. It's insane to me that you guys are it's just it doesn't take 5 years to attenuate a vaccine now. We can actually change genes and sequences now in vectors in order to make and deliver DNA vaccines. And that's why. Okay, thank you, SLC. I agree with you. I think like it's good that we have to engage, but it's so frustrating, especially when they're just sitting on the keyboard. So yeah, we'll do more of responding to actual disinformation that's actually coming from our government.
And who is the senior counselor?
Yeah, I agree, Renee.
The senior counselor, the senior advisor is Stuart Burns, and the HHS counselor is Ren Archer.
And those are political appointees answerable to the secretary?
Yes.
Is that the way does normally the cabinet secretary or political staff set the agenda for a scientific meeting?
Not for the past decade. I was at CDC.
So this is the first time that's been the case?
Yes.
That's wild,
in preparing materials for the meeting, were you told?
Senator Cassidy is a physician too, by the way. Senator Cassidy, I thought I heard someone on TikTok say he was a hepatic cancer physician too. If that's true, that would be even worse because he voted for RFK that has actually rescinded. Yeah, he is an MD, and the idea that he's actually his whole tenure as a senator, he's actually going to vote for RFK, whose long-lasting tenure is going to be removing vaccines. I mean, just imagine that, guys. I can't imagine. Dude, Cassidy, this guy on the screen, guys, Senator Cassidy, has also been involved with setting up the nonprofit health centers in schools, which vaccinates children in the East Baton Rouge parish school system against hepatitis B and flu. He's created health clinics to vaccinate kids. What? Oh my God, he did, and he specialized in the treatment of diseases in the liver. Are you out of your mind? And this guy voted for RFK that's going to undo vaccine scheduling for kids. And Cassidy literally helped do that. What exactly, Deanne? What happened to this guy? Thank you, CLC. Thank you.
To disregard science or to enhance science, or what were you supposed to do?
For the last meeting, we had developed...
I'm talking about this meeting coming up.
So for this meeting, we didn't have work groups other than one for COVID. So CDC scientists were being asked by ACAP to develop questions and recommendations. I did suggest additional questions that the hepatitis B work group look at so that they could look at differences in age groups.
Well, he's an MD 1983, guys. Oh my God. He's a 1983 MD. He's 67 years old now. He started in the Louisiana State Senate in 2006. So he's just a huge God. He's just a politician now. That's just all he cares about.
The senior advisor was concerned that could bias moving away from a birth dose. I asked how asking questions and providing data could do bias if we didn't have the answers yet.
Biased against moving away from, you're suggesting that they wanted to move away from the birth dose, but they were afraid that your data would say that they should retain it?
Correct.
That's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh my God. See what you see? She was saying, hi, Brandy. You've seen that they had data that to say that it's okay to have that birth dose there, and that he wanted to remove it without any data. Exactly. He's out of practice for 25 years. He has no idea what's going on. Exactly, Renee. 42 years ago. I'm sorry, Noah. Me too, man. Allison, are insurance companies going to stop paying for vaccines? Yeah, if the CDC stops recommending them during those ages, then yes, the health insurance companies are going to stop paying for vaccines during those ages. So you have to get your vaccines now, guys. Even if you're in a Republican state, you got to get your vaccines now. Get your MMR boosters, get your Tdaps, get your vaccines. Hep B. If you don't have them as a kid, you probably should have, because this wasn't a thing when you were a kid, probably.
Dr. Meneres, at a September 4th hearing in the Finance Committee,
Okay, so we listened to the Bernie's opening statement because he's a ranking member, so he was able to give an opening statement. But this is his questioning of the CDC director, the ex-CDC director.
Secretary Kennedy called you a liar for stating that you were fired because you refused to pre-approve vaccine recommendations. Is that accurate? Are you a liar?
That is not accurate.
Are you a liar?
Why did you believe it was so important for you to refuse to rubber stamp vaccine recommendations without seeing them or the evidence behind them? What did you fear was the worst case scenario if you had agreed to doing that?
I refuse to do it because I have built a career on scientific integrity. And my worst fear was that
My worst fear was the billionaires. And we're not coming together. Millions of people across the globe coming together with a political revolution, fighting the billionaire class. We love Bernie here. We love Bernie. Dude, the face swap on Bernie. That's a good idea. Yeah, so Lori, they voted today to rescind the recommendation of the Hep B dose at birth, but then they left in all the payment mechanisms to pay for those shots going to kids. So it was obvious like they had no idea what they were doing. They were just voting for insanity, and nobody knows. So it's very weird. We don't know if anything's going to change because of that.
I would then be in a position of approving something that would reduce access of life-saving vaccines to children and others who need them.
Okay, guys, let's go over just some quick facts of the Hep B. Okay, so that's what they're talking about. This is a big thing. The ACIP meeting was talking about this. We give hepatitis B, and we just had some chats talking about this. Why do we give hepatitis B to a newborn? Right? Like immediately, why do we start with one of the first vaccines that they can get? Why? Why is it? Well, because infants infected at birth become chronically infected 90% of the time. So, but adults, if they get infected, they only get a chronic infection less than 5%. So it's a huge lifetime risk of cirrhosis. So protection at the start of birth is really, really important. So the birth dose prevents 94% of perinatal transmission. Perinatal transmission is from the mom to the baby. And vaccine alone is 75% effective, and HBIG alone is 71%. So them together is 94%. And it's a safety net because basically sometimes they're missed. So maternal testing could miss the Hep B, or it could be misdocumented, or the results could be delayed. They could be incorrect. You could get a false negative. They could be done during a window period where you don't have it. And guys, right? Anti-vaxxers aren't going to be going to the doctor, right? They're not going to be getting all these workups. They're not going to get all these blood tests. They're not going to be getting, they're not going to be in tune with their physicians, their OBGYNs. So what happens is they're coming in willy-nilly from a birthing clinic. They're coming in, they just did a water birth, and now something went bad, and then now they need to be rushed into the hospital, and they're like, what's going on? And you have like this doula that's like was a nurse 30 years ago, and now she's in on the grift, guys. She tried the rosemary tincture for the mom. It's not working. Baby doesn't have oxygen. She doesn't need a rosemary tincture. Okay? It's insanity. And now she's coming in. Yeah, we don't have all the Hep B testing. Okay? We don't have everything like all situated because we're crashing into the hospital. So do we have the Hep B workup done? No. So guess what? And you can be asymptomatic for Hep B. So does the mom exhibit all the HB symptoms? No. So we just give it as a safety net to this baby because these anti-vaxxers are causing their own problems. They're causing problems where they could be chronically infected with Hep B. They could be chronically infected now for the rest of their life. It's dangerous, guys. It's dangerous. It's insane, guys. It's actually insane. Barbie, that literally happens all the time. That happens, like, my wife is a NICU nurse. Yeah, it happens. And wait. One time is too many. One time is too many when it's preventable. It's disgusting that we even allow it to happen to one child. So when we have the technology, we know how to treat it. We know what's happening. It's preventable. A single child that's happening to a single child is not okay. So it's insane.
Dr. Meneres, the American Medical Association, largest physician group in America, 270,000 physicians. The American Academy of Pediatrics, over 67,000.
They're keeping the vaccine schedule, guys. He's talking about the largest medical associations in the country are all keeping the same vaccine schedule, guys, because they are keeping with the same science.
Pediatricians, the American Academy of Family Physicians.
Serge, I love that idea, dude. I love that idea. Serge, I love that idea. And I also love the idea of, at the national level, pushing a vaccine mandate that gives kids a financial incentive to get vaccinated. So the kids get, if you have a child and you get a vaccination, get vaccinated, you get monetary award. Australia gets $8,000. You get $8,000 if you vaccinate your child in Australia. Do that here. Every single kid that gets their full vaccine schedule, you get $8,000 a year. Do it. Do it until they're 5 years old. So that's 30. I mean, that'd be insane. Let's do it. If Australia can do it, we can do it. Let's do it. I'm serious. So that means that at $8,000, let's do it for the first 5 years of vaccinations. That's $40,000 per kid. Easy money, guys. And guess what? And just as we talked about, every single dollar spent is an 11-to-1 savings in the United States. So we're spending what? How much money? It's $100 a shot. Let's give the anti-vaxxers the money, the 72 shots that you get. 72 times, I mean, we're talking about $7,000 of vaccines. So $7,000, that'd be over $70,000 of medical savings. We're saving 2-to-1 on that, if that's true. Thank you for the gifts, guys. Stephen, Ernest, Jules, Lori, SLC. Thank you guys so much. I think we can punitively have vaccine mandates, but we can have financial incentives as well. We have to use financial incentives. I think that would be a way to get people in. And that could be something that we can do at the federal level that would help everyone, because you can't, vaccine mandates are at the local level, at the state level. So it'd be a way to umbrella the entire country. I think it's a good idea. Aw, thank you, Renee. Thank you for saying that.
Representing over 125,000 doctors. The American Osteopathic Association, representing over 200,000 doctors.
Thank you, Nicole.
And the
Thank
American College of Physicians, representing over 160,000 doctors. They believe that vaccines are safe and effective. Do you agree with them?
I do.
And what is your concern? What are the long-term implications for the well-being of our kids and the future of our country?
Yes, Tony, of course. Yes, of course.
If faith in vaccine science is undermined?
I believe preventable diseases will return. And I believe that we will have our children harmed for things that we know they do not need to be harmed by. Polio, measles, diphtheria, whooping cough.
Yep.
I worry about the ramifications for those children in illness and in death.
Yep.
I worry about our school systems. I worry about our medical institutions
Spitting
having
facts,
to take
guys.
care of sick kids that could have been prevented by effective and safe vaccines. I worry.
Guys, this is a medical institutions and a medical system that doesn't know how to take care of measles outbreaks like this. Our healthcare workers do not understand and know what to do when a vast measles outbreak in a hugely populated city. We don't know what to do there. So we're going to have healthcare workers taking care of these giant outbreaks of diseases and viruses that they literally have no training on how to do. They've read about in books about polio. What do we do about a polio outbreak? Well, they're not common. That's the whole point. They're not common now, but they will be when people don't get vaccinated with them. That's the problem. I am a doctor. Yeah. Okay, Tony, then hop in the box. Go ahead. I'm waiting. None of you guys want to come in, so I'm expected. I'm excited. I'm excited. Please tell me why I'm wrong. I can't wait. Of course I believe in childhood vaccines. What are you talking about? Out of your mind? Boom. How about this? Boom. Look at that. There we go. There. Where does polio come from? Polio is a virus, dude. That's where it comes from. That's the thing. I'm not gonna engage anti-vaxxers in chat, guys. All right? You guys have your chance to come in and ask me questions. Probably have never even talked to a scientist before. You guys have this opportunity. I'm just not going to sit here and engage with you guys endlessly over chat. If you want to come in and ask questions, you can. But if you're going to just spout your nonsense in chat all night, you can do that. Well, we will not ban you for having opposing opinions in chat. But you're not allowed to just, I'm not going to just engage with chat all day. What's up, Craig? How's it going?
Hello.
What's up, Craig? How's it going?
How's it going, man?
Good.
Yeah, I'm just wondering with the vaccines.
Yeah.
How are they able to get a cure for COVID in less than a few years, but they can't find a cure for cancer or anything like that, or AIDS and stuff?
I mean, it's not a cure. They don't have a cure for COVID, but they have a vaccine for it. They have, so that's one part of it. They have had HIV antiviral drugs that do a really good job at not progressing HIV into AIDS. But also, like, cancer is from a lot of different things, and it's not just one specific thing like a virus. It's not. So a virus is a foreign thing and a foreign thing that's coming into our bodies that has, like, it's not the same.
Oh, okay, that does make sense.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's all.
Do you think that what do you think cancer is?
Could I just get off, please?
Okay, brother. Okay. Okay. All right. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. All right, guys. Anyway.
Worry about the future of trust in public health.
Would you agree with me in suggesting that the overwhelming body of scientific and medical thought believes that vaccines have been a major public health advance for the people?
No,
of this
we know.
world?
Guys, 5 million people a year. Okay? 5 million people a year. 4 million kids a year are saved by vaccines. This isn't like some crazy thing. We know. We know, guys. This isn't like some crazy thing. Over 30 different viruses and pathogens are eliminated every year from ravaging from our populations. Like we know this is.
Absolutely agree with that.
Okay. Dr. Howery, during your testimony, you talked about fears for the future. Several years ago, as everybody in this country knows, we went through a terrible pandemic, worldwide pandemic. We lost over 1 million people.
1.2 million people, guys.
What are if trust in vaccines is diminished, if moms do not take their kids in to get vaccines, older people don't get vaccines, what will that mean in terms of our ability to save lives if, God forbid, another pandemic takes place?
So we're already beginning to see that as we're seeing childhood vaccination.
Yes, Serge. 300,000 people lost their lives because of vaccine hesitancy in the United States, and another 300,000 were from Trump's mismanagement of the pandemic. So half of those deaths, you're exactly right, Serge. Half of the deaths were from either Trump's mismanagement or vaccine hesitancy. We did one of the worst in the entire world. We were one of the ranked deaths per capita. We were ranked like 200th in the world. It's an absolute disgrace of how poorly we did. And it is awful. It is a national embarrassment of how poorly the United States did in deaths per capita. We should be ashamed. It's not patriotic to conspiracy away the deaths of your own country people. And you can't be a patriot if you are okay with losing 1.2 million Americans. And you aren't a good parent if you aren't vaccinating your children. Absolutely. It is absolutely true.
Rates decrease. For example, measles is down to about 92.8%. That leaves over 200,000 kids now at risk for measles. So we are at risk for measles outbreaks. And for the next type of...
We're below the herd immunity status for measles right now, guys. It needs to be 95%. The R naught of measles is over 10. The R naught for SARS-CoV-2 is like between a 1 and a 2. So we are not prepared for a measles outbreak.
Pandemic, a novel pathogen. With some of the staff cuts we have faced, we have less ready responders. We have less visibility into global pathogens at this time as well.
What would have happened to our country, and in fact the world, if, and I don't agree with President Trump very often, God knows, but if we had not developed warp speed and developed that COVID vaccine, did that, in your view, save millions of lives?
Operation Warp Speed absolutely saved millions of lives and was such a godsend for our country.
And if we don't have the capability to do that in the future, the implications will be?
We won't be able to have vaccines to save lives and protect people. We won't have that technology development. We won't have that platform, and we won't have people willing to accept vaccines.
And that will impact not only our country, but people throughout the entire world.
Absolutely.
Mel, you're a coward and a bad parent.
Absolutely.
Hey, LT, how's it going?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Menares, the recent turmoil.
Guys, just to let you know, Susan Collins actually suffers from the same disease that RFK does. So if you were wondering, Mel, I've gotten $9.11 for this entire live. I've been here for 4 hours. So if you think that I'm here for money, okay, you're sorely mistaken. You're very wrong. Very wrong. I'm literally just a scientist, and I'm not the bad guy. I'm sorry.
At the CDC only serves to further undermine public confidence in its recommendations.
I am being honest. It doesn't.
You've had a very unusual tenure there, to say the least. You started out as acting director and had a good relationship with Secretary Kennedy, such that he recommended your appointment to the president. Then you were confirmed by a unanimous...
Yeah, it is kind of curious why... I see you, Light. I think we're just going to do this hearing just to get through it.
Republican vote, but opposed by every Democrat and
oh my God, she's going to do the whole...
independent in the Senate. Then, less than a month on the job, you were abruptly fired. So I want to discuss with you further the grounds for your firing, even though I recognize the president has that authority. But as many of us have said, we just changed the law to make the CDC director appointed or confirmed by the Senate. And thus we have a duty here.
Oh
First of all, Secretary Kennedy replaced every single member of the advisory committee. Did he consult with you about any of the replacements?
No.
That's wild, dude. That is so wild. This is what the problem is, man. Like, what is the thing that Trump always said, that the swamp, that we have to fire all the bureaucrats like that are in, Washington. And like, literally we have to do the exact same thing. It's always a projection with Trump. We really have to go through now every single agency, every single appointment by Trump and just fire them wholesale. I really don't think that anyone that has been elected in Trump 1, Trump 2, I don't think any of them can keep their jobs if they have to just reapply, because so many of these people are completely incompetent, have no qualifications whatsoever, and they've been all political appointments. It's been awful.
When you met with him on August 25th, you have testified that he asked you to approve the recommendations of the new members of the committee, regardless of what they were. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So Secretary Kennedy, in testimony before the Finance Committee, has denied asking you to do that. Is there any doubt? Could you describe the discussion that you had on that issue?
Yeah, I'm happy to. The secretary in that morning meeting was very upset, very animated, and he said, with regard to that particular topic, I have heard that you may not sign off on the forthcoming ACIP recommendations. And I said, I cannot sign off on something before I see the data and the evidence. And he said and elaborated on this for some period.
I have a microbiology PhD.
Of time, that there is no data and evidence, there is no science, that CDC has never collected the data, the evidence, and the science associated with the safety and efficacy of the vaccines.
Of course, that's not true, guys. Of course, we have dozens of studies for vaccines.
And that I needed to commit to signing off on each and every one of those recommendations. And if I could not commit to that, I needed to resign.
What are the implications for public health if important scientific decisions at the CDC are made by the political staff rather than the career scientists?
It concerns me. It really concerns me. As you are aware, and Dr. Oury can elaborate on, these are very important, highly technical discussions that have life-saving implications for our children and others who need vaccines. And if you don't have the commensurate skill sets or the ability to ask the right questions, and you're willing to
it's a disease that she has. Yeah, just like RFK. So you can't. It's not her. It's not her cowardice or anything. It's just she has a condition, the disease. Serge, people don't even think viruses are real, bro. That's the problem. How they work, you're exactly right. It's just that they don't even think that they're real. They think that they're from the terrain or something like that. Let me check. Like a paralysis thing. Spastic dysphonia. It's a neurological voice disorder characterized by involuntary spasms of the muscles that control the larynx and voice box. These spasms cause interruptions and distortions in speech, making it difficult to understand. There are two main types of spasmodic dysphonia. Adductor spasmodic dysphonia, which is characterized by involuntary tightening of the vocal cords, resulting in a strained, strangled, or breathy voice, and abductor spasmodic dysphonia, characterized by involuntary relaxation of the vocal cords, resulting in breaks or interruptions in speech. So maybe she has abductor? I don't know. Because it seems like out of it. There are some, Sophie. I think hopefully. Hopefully. Oh, that's awful, Catherine. Oh my gosh. Is that true? Where'd you find that? It's really hard to tell through text. KKU. It's hard.
Sign off on decisions that are not made with the best available data and evidence. It does put at risk our children.
Dude, it's Philly. It sounded like Darth Vader. Like he was just like, what in the world, man? It was gnarly.
It puts at risk others who need these vaccines, and it takes us into a very dangerous place in public health.
Dr. Oury, did HHS's response to the measles?
Because it's like nutrition light. It's there's a foreign virus that's taking over your body. Like you need nutrition in order to have a healthy immune system. You know, like that's for sure. But you need both. People die from the diseases that viruses cause with a functioning immune system. Well, antibodies are made from the body. Oh, Renee. She's up on the box. I can't right now. Not right for now. I have 30 more minutes of this, and I just want to, or 20 minutes of this, and I just want to get done.
Measles outbreak earlier this year differ from its response to other infectious disease outbreaks in your previous interactions with the department?
Yes, in several ways. First, I never briefed the secretary, as did the center director who oversaw measles, never briefed the secretary. In an outbreak response, usually you would be briefing leadership. The second thing is he said things like vaccines had fetal parts, and I had to send a note to our leadership team to
Can you
correct that
imagine?
misinformation. We were also asked to include things like budesonide and clarithromycin in our toolkits for physicians, and I couldn't allow that as there wasn't evidence for that and would result in harm.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, dude, that's
Next is
crazy.
Senator
Can you imagine you're a vaccinologist and you've like trained your entire life, and you have your boss's boss just spouting the most crazy disinformation campaign? Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank both of you for being here today and for your service. Time was really valuable. Let me ask a rhetorical question. Secretary Kennedy told our colleagues on the Finance Committee about vaccine.
What do you user 139? Do you believe in vaccine? Never mind. God, I can't talk.
Access. He said, most Americans are going to be able to get it from their pharmacy for free. Everybody can get it. But that's not true, is it?
Not anymore.
My mom lives in Virginia, and she was unable to get it.
Oh, it's their home. Love their own. Their own family.
I realize with you out of office, you don't have access to those informations, but about half of all American kids get free vaccines through the Vaccines for Children program.
That's the one that they voted to keep, guys.
This is now at a standstill, waiting for guidance from the CDC. States by Colorado are trying to lead by issuing separate guidance for their states about vaccine access. Obviously, that's a lot of friction and confusion. Many insurance plans defer to federal recommendations to determine coverage of vaccines, leaving many families with bills that can range into the hundreds of dollars just for vaccines. And pharmacies across the country, from the confusion, they're not sure if they can administer the vaccine or even if they have it in stock. So I think we've got a real problem to navigate, that we've got to be able to look at it. Dr. Menares, during your tenure as CDC director, your short-lived tenure, you tried to implement guardrails to reinforce the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP. Given the Secretary's actions, do you still agree that we need those guardrails?
Yeah, what I was trying to implement was
No, Renee,
what
she's
I
at
had
work right now.
testified here on June 25th is transparency, accountability, and integrity to the processes. And what I had proposed
New HIV
was
vaccine.
a transparency measure such that any information that was going to be used by the ACIP in a deliberative manner be made available to the public 6 weeks in advance of the ACIP meeting. A sufficient time that scientists, public health practitioners, and others would be able to see the information, see the data, and then watch the ACIP meeting.
Yeah, WHO recommends injectable lenacapavir for HIV prevention. Cool. Oh, while the HIV vaccine remains elusive, lenacapavir is the next best thing, a long-acting antiretroviral shown to prevent almost all HIV infections among those at risk. Oh, that's cool. So it's not a vaccine, but it's a long-lasting antiviral. That's cool.
Understand how that evidence was used to support the decisions, the recommendations that were coming forward. And then I had proposed that perhaps we would have a backup.
I would, 856, I would absolutely be worried because I would, it's similar to PrEP. The LEN is the first twice yearly injectable PrEP product. So it is a PrEP, a form of PrEP. I would, because you guys did just as bad as us. You guys are right. The UK is in there with the United States with deaths per capita for SARS-CoV-2 in the COVID pandemic. So you guys did awful. So I would be very scared.
On back end transparency period of time, where if there was new information that had been introduced or...
Yeah, Jill. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you think that all viruses are made in the lab? Are you out of your mind?
The way that the information was contextualized at the ACIP meeting, that we would have a second public comment period so that if there was additional...
No, I understand why you would have that.
Yep.
And obviously, those guardrails would still be needed.
Yeah, Serge. The one thing that's connects us, the rampant disinformation in each of our cultures. So this is in the frequently asked questions on my link tree, guys. Deaths per capita. USA deaths per capita. UK 3,400 deaths per million. The United States 3,592. So the UK was ranked 220. The United States 222. Awful. We did awful. We're right there with Brazil, Italy, Lithuania, Romania, San Marino, Greece, Slovakia, Latvia, Czech Republic, Georgia. The joke, man.
Is this something Congress should work on? I can ask both of you that.
I would highly encourage all of us, whether it's congressional action or others, to make sure that we do have the appropriate transparency and accountability measures.
And I will turn
Senator
to
Murkowski.
Senator Kane.
Thank you, Senator Murkowski, and thanks to our witnesses for being here today. Dr. Menares, I owe you an apology. When you were here for your confirmation.
Thank
you so much for being here. And Dr. Menares, I appreciate your time coming before this committee.
Well, is that a vote? I understand Senator Mullen implied there was a recording. I go to Senator.
Thank you. So, thank you so much for being here. And Dr. Menares, I appreciate your time coming before this committee again. I'd like to go over some time frames first. But first of all, who fired you?
I believe the president fired me.
Okay.
What?
Do you serve
I didn't know
at the will of
that.
the president?
I do.
And just for the record, the president's removal powers rooted within the Constitution, separation of powers, and are necessary to ensure that the executive branch officials are aligned with the administration's policy. This means the president can remove them at any time for any reason or for no reason at all. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so what day was you fired?
I believe I was fired on August 27th.
Okay, what day was the first time you seeked counsel? Not retained, seeked counsel.
I don't recall.
We can get those records, so maybe you should recall them, because I think you might have an honesty issue here that we want to point out.
Oh my
gosh!
So
what day was
this guy's such a dick.
That you spoke to the attorneys the first time?
It was on or before the day I was fired.
No, that's when you retained them. You already testified to that. When did you speak to them?
This guy's such a dick.
Again, it was on or before the day I was fired.
So you retained them the first time you spoke to them.
This isn't Rand Paul. We watched Rand Paul last night.
I believe that I retained them the first time I spoke to them.
Was you let go in the middle of the night? Was you let go in the middle of the day?
What?
I believe.
Now, I know the answer to this, so let's be honest here.
I believe I received. I believe I received an email from the White House indicating that my services were no longer needed.
What time was that?
Sometime in the afternoon, sometime in the evening.
Late evening, late afternoon, late evening.
I know what time you got that email, so I know what time I was watching you when you were watching your phone, by the way. Like, what a creep, dude.
And so you got hold of the attorneys late at night?
He thinks that he has her trapped right here.
I'm sorry, what?
You got hold of the attorneys after business hours to retain them?
I don't recall.
I think you do.
I really
I think you don't recall retaining your attorneys.
I don't recall the specific time or day that I returned them.
See, I still think you have an honest issue because it wasn't that long ago. And I think I could recall when I hired an attorney. And I could definitely recall the time I did it. Now, when did you remove the political appointees from the floor that you work on?
Again, I did not. I moved some political appointees in, and I put my senior advisors together.
When did you remove them and remove their access to your floor? And you had a conversation with the secretary about this. When did that happen? Like how many days into your job?
I'm sorry. I don't even know what you're asking.
Yeah, you do, because you already talked about political appointees that
What is he talking about?
Secretary put in.
Like an hour by hour thing about like what happened in her job? Like what is he? This is Mullen.
Place. You removed the political appointees that was in there when you first got to your work. When did you remove them from your floor and take away their ability to access your floor? And you know exactly what I'm talking about because you and the secretary spoke about that.
You're miscontextualizing.
No, I'm not. I'm asking the question. What day did you remove them?
I have one political chief of staff. I have 3 political chiefs of staff. I had space made for all of them in my suite.
When did you remove the political appointees before, or the political hires before you got there? That was there prior to you getting there.
This guy?
This isn't hard. It's not hard. You talk in circles, and I just want an answer because you know.
So I had the security of my suite.
Okay. So let me ask you something. Your conversation with the secretary, you said that he said he didn't trust you.
Correct.
You testified to that. Is that really how that conversation went? Because there's other people in the room, and I think the conversation was, can he trust you? And your answer was?
He said he could not trust me.
No. The answer, ma'am, it was a recorded meeting. So you can testify one way, or you can prove that you're lying, or give them and be honest with this committee. I'm giving you the opportunity to be honest here because you've been really walking around the edges.
What an idiot, dude.
And not being truthful. So did he ask you the question?
Yeah, exactly, Noah. Yeah,
your answer was?
He told me.
Catherine, no spoilers, Catherine. No, Catherine, stop it. Yeah, exactly, guys. This is so funny. He thinks that he has her so bad. He's so proud of himself. Like he thinks that he's like caught her. Like this is it. Like, oh yeah, watch, guys. It's so
he
funny.
could not trust me. And I told him.
Dude, and she's such a badass, dude. She's just like standing her ground. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, what are one day ago? Like, what are you talking about? Exactly. He's so cringe, dude. He's so cringe.
He could not trust me. He could fire me.
That isn't how that conversation went.
Oh, that's not how it went. Is it?
And you know that, don't you?
He told me.
Dude, look at her face. Just like, what
and
are
I
you
told
talking
him if
about?
he could not trust me, he could fire me.
Ma'am, all we're looking for is you to be honest.
Oh my gosh,
and you
dude.
haven't been.
She is a badass, dude.
You're not being honest with the conversation you're having. You're not being honest with the timeline, and you won't even give the answers of who your attorneys were. And all we're looking for is you to be honest. If we're going to have a hearing and we're going to discuss certain things, let's make sure we're talking with someone that we can trust your answers. It's like my kids. I tell my kids all the time.
Look at this. You're a child. That's what he's saying. You're a child. You're like a 5-year-old child that I'm just gonna, dude, misogyny, dude. The sexism coming from this guy right now. He's like just talking her down, like she's a freaking infant, dude, and she's so sexist, bro. So sexist.
One thing I want from you, I can deal with any situation we walk into as long as I know you're being 100% honest with me. The minute I can't tell you're being honest with me, I can't trust you.
Look at the stare that he has on
everything
her.
you say is questioned. And you have to question you because your personality and your answers aren't correct. Therefore, I yield back.
Here we go.
Well, is that a vote? I understand Senator Mullen implied there was a recording of the meeting or meetings between Dr. Menarez and Secretary Kennedy.
This is look, Cassie's. So we actually kind of have to we have to correct something. There was something that was said technically. So we're gonna let's see.
I will note that if materials have been provided to Senator Mullen and invoked in official committee business, they are committee records, and all other senators on the committee
recorded actually
have the right to see those records. I will also note.
Just
if HHS has a recording, I asked them to release the recording.
There's a recording.
I'd also like to know why it was recorded. But releasing the recording would be radical transparency.
It would be
this is
good.
about fulfilling the.
It would be good if you. It's like, by the way, if you hadn't. I know if you did cheat on the exam, it would be really good for me to know if you did cheat. But I don't have any evidence that you cheated. But if you did, it would be radical transparency, and what a big thing that you would have to do. But if you did, but you didn't, but
the president's vision of radical transparency. This is allegiance to President Trump's values. And so I'd ask that recording be released.
Exactly. What he's saying is, hey, apparently someone did think that it was recorded, but Daddy Trump, it would be really nice. It would be a big win for him politically right now if you did get that released, but you don't have that released.
I'll also note that we put in a request for any documents or communications that would bring transparency to the situation.
Transparency.
We have not yet received those documents. If a recording does not exist, I ask Senator Mullen to retract his line of questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Mullen to retract his line of questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Let's see one more thing.
What?
I'll also note that if he has it, I'm also curious why only one senator was given this and why we're just hearing about it now, and why didn't the secretary share it at the Senate Finance Committee?
Yeah, exactly.
But those are questions that can be answered later. With that, Senator Sanders.
That's exactly the point that I want to make. I mean, how does it happen if it is true that one senator has access to an alleged tape recording of a meeting? Nobody else has it, including the chairman. This is what we're dealing with right now. And this is what I think, well, Dr. Menares, this is a very politicized situation.
Exactly.
And it's unfortunate. Thank you.
Exactly. Guys, he thinks that he has something that's the honey pot that he caught her with. It turns out he doesn't have that recording. He heard that it got recorded. Turns out it wasn't recorded. So then the Republican chair is like, if anyone did record it, that'd be so nice right now for us because we kind of got our face smashed in just now. So if you did release it, that would be nice. So she freaking stood her ground with that guy talking down to her and freaking was a boss, man, and just stood up and said, "You're wrong. No idea what you're talking about." Dude, Honey Buzz, Stephen Miller is an absolute imbecile, and he's just everything that's awful in the world. So I don't know. I would not say that.
For the record, it's just been reported that Senator Mullen told reporters that he was mistaken in saying that the RFK Menares meeting was recorded. But in case he's mistaken that he was mistaken, if there is a recording, it should be released. And it would beg the question of what other conversations were recorded. And I'll repeat what I said earlier. We have sent a request to HHS for records related to these incidences. We've yet to receive those. But of course, it would help the committee, which on both sides has found itself scratching its head. It would help us kind of discern what the truth is. With that, I go to Senator Also Brooks.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Dr. Menares, and good afternoon.
All right, guys. Sorry, CS37. I'm gonna go to bed, bro. Dude, so funny, dude. That was the ex CDC director getting questioned on the Senate health in the health in subcommittee. So funny. Capitalism works. That's why the vaccine was so good, bro. That's what it is. Operation Warp Speed, baby. Global capitalism, global pharmaceutical companies coming together, making one of the best products in the world, CS37. Incredible vaccines. Incredible win for Big C. Big C, you know what I mean? Personally, we're not for big pharma, we're for nano pharma. Small pharma. Micropharma. No, she got fired for not rubber stamping whatever RFK said, and she stood up for science. And that couldn't do that. Less than 50 away from 9K? Wow, let's do it. Oh man, that'd be cool. Let's 10K this week, guys. Let's do that. Well, guys, I think we just did it again. Guys, tune in tomorrow. This is our next thing. How freaking cool is this? Is sex at birth a biological coin toss? Insights from a longitudinal and GWAS analysis. Tune in tomorrow. How freaking sweet is that? How awesome is this? Guys, every day we got just do stuff, new things, learning. We learn 9 o'clock PST every day because I'm a masochist. I don't like sleeping, and I'm bad. I'm bad for myself. Maybe Craig. Maybe Helen's such a boss, guys. Helen, friend of the stream, guys. Helen's like last 2 days. Helen's been hanging out since minute number 1. I appreciate you so much, Helen. Always active in chat. It was fun talking to you, getting to know you. Thank you so much for being here, Helen. Really do appreciate you. Surge. Okay, cool, dude. I know, guys. Cool, Surge. I'll check out the video, bro. Thank you for telling me. All right, guys. Mother Teresa, thank you so much. Guys, I did it again. We did it again. We did it again together. We did it. We're done. We did it. Listen, you fucking nerds. Listen. We fucking did it again. These Republicans, you don't understand. We're gonna do it again tomorrow. We're gonna do it again tomorrow. Every day. Every day. We're gonna do it again tomorrow. Doing it again. We got it. Relax. Relax, guys. Relax. Relax. We're good. We're good, nerds. Relax. All right, guys. We did it. Oh, that's one of my favorites. That's me, RFK face swapped. That's a bad one. But it's good. But it's fad. All right, guys. We did it again. For real, though. We're done. We're done. We're shutting it down. We're shutting it down. We're done. This is it. It's over. We're done. Cut it. Cut it. It's over. Turn it off. Turn it off. I love you guys. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the gifters. Oh, I should do this one more time. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is our stream together. We do it. Thank you guys. To our last super fan. Thank you so much, Abe Froman. Thank you guys so much. Super fan is really the number one way that you can support the stream, guys, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you to Kathleen, Uncle Hippie, Ado, Helen, DN, Jared, Renee, Myth, New Orleans. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the likes, guys. It helps us. It's flat. No, it's actually triangle. It's a triangle the entire time. Melanie, Nightflyer, Jen A, Rapture, DN, Light is Life, Real Light is Life, Ducray, Helen. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you guys for the super chats. Thanks for the gifts. Dude, Linktree, Discord, publications, YouTube highlights. Such cool stuff in there. Check it out, guys. And that's it. That's it. That's it. See you tomorrow. 9 o'clock PST every night. I don't know why. We're just not going to stop, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sick. I'm having fun with it still, guys. We're having a good time. I feel like the show's getting better. I don't know. That's just me. I feel like we're just getting better. I don't know. That's just me, though. I feel like everyone is a little bit better and we're getting better. So come tomorrow. It's going to be fun. Let's do it. Let's do it again. Boom. See ya. Peace. Have a good one. Love you. Bye.